Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to episode 2 of our Vintage Story Attempt 28 Wilderness Survival Permadeath Seafaring playthrough. Episode 1 was a grand slam, buddy. We have 2 female goats, 1 male goat, already built a pen for them. We made our ceramic hives and honeypots. We have 8 filled skeps, ready for collection, ready for transport back to the base. We have just about 128 flax seeds. Everything is going perfectly. All we have to do now is try to maintain the momentum, keep it going. But, so far, I have been unable to get myself any bear armor. I'm going to want to address that pretty soon if I can. Because we need the extra protection that it can afford. Alright, so I think, yeah, I refreshed the torches yesterday. And I wanted to give more thought to the potential layout here. I was thinking I might actually move the animal pen over here. Totally could. Like down the hill, right? But we would have to get rid of a lot of this shit. And there is a bunch of peat down here. What's the... Sorry, what's the border of the peat? Okay, so the peat is pretty much hugging the hill. If I build out here, then we're fine. What's this? Cabbage seeds. I don't even want to keep those. I know that they're like, quote unquote, the best vegetable, but you never find enough seeds to live off them, right? Oh, hello. I heard about these. Yeah, sometimes you can find like another tunnel. Interesting. All right. Yeah, not much in here. Well, if I do want to build here, I have some work that I'm gonna have to do. I'd prefer to not break all this by hand. But that may be what's requisite. Unless I want to save this until I have a pickaxe. Maybe I could figure out a small plot of land just for the animals and move them over here. And then we worry about the rest later, right? Let's mine all of this and move it over. I'm gonna need more dirt anyway. All right, let's open chat. Hello, Triro. Lots is good, buddy. How are you doing? All right, the peat does extend over here. Let's see if there's anything underneath it or if I can just harvest it. That goes pretty frickin' far. We'd have to harvest a lot of peat in order to get it out of the way. It would certainly give us the room that we need. Oh, it extends this way too? Right, it goes up to a certain point, like right here. Okay. Well, we'll try to make use of this space then. Damn. An AI game. I had an interesting idea the other day, speaking of AI games. Imagine an AI game like development engine where you put in the game that you want, like you describe it, and then the AI codes it for you overnight. Right? Like, let's say I want a psychological horror thriller with survival elements and RPG elements like skills and level ups, and then I put that into the prompt and the AI makes that game for me. Whether it's like whether it's top down or first person or third person isometric view, right? You just put in more prompts and it makes a more and more accurate result. All right, let's eat. Yeah, especially Grok. I hear Grok is very uncensored too. Over on X, you can literally tell the AI to X-ray clothing off of a chick. It's crazy, dude. Generate nudes. Fucking unreal. All right, let's deposit our dirt. We have a lot more of it now with more to come. Let's deposit the andesite stone, the flax twine, the feathers. And right as soon as I get more cattails, I'll be able to make animal hide bags. Let's head back. Yeah, people have to be careful with AI. It needs people to train it right now, but there's gonna come a point where AI just doesn't need people anymore. Where it's like, it's gonna be the best game developer, it's gonna be the best painter, it's gonna be the best writer, you know? It's gonna be the best music maker, and nobody alive will be able to compete with it. All right, so our charcoal is done. All of our bee stuff is currently firing, and we're getting ready to build our little bee farm. We're getting ready. It's gonna happen pretty soon here. And our actual farm, I just have to continue painting for more copper. All right, I tried to add a more naturalized groove to this. I'll try to push my way in here as much as I can, but I don't think I'm harvesting all that peat. Not even if it meant opening up the space. Okay. So theoretically, we could move our animals down here and get started. The peat continues over this way. I don't know how far it continues. I don't exactly want to start harvesting it all now, but if it opened up the space, it just might be worth it. We're gonna have a little staircase that leads down to where the animals and shit are kept. I'll start by putting the animals over there. So we're gonna pick up the babies before they grow. Hopefully none of them have grown right now, and then we'll move them to a new pen over there. Looks like none of them have grown yet. I just don't think I can actually fit all this stuff over here. I mean, I might be able to. I need an animal pen. Doesn't need to be this big though. The animal pen can be considerably smaller, but I'm gonna need 4 pens this size, and I don't know if I can fit that here. The best way to find out though is to craft a few fences and sort of lay them out. But I really like the view over here, and if we just plant some trees over there on the horizon, then I won't even be able to see the patches of sand. Yeah, so over here I'm thinking we build our workshop, the windmill, and our dock for sailing. And we'll put like our animals and our farm on the other side of the hill. Let's leave these here for now, and then I have to collect this. I don't know if it's the ultimate shutdown for all women. Yeah, because think about it, right? AI is not gonna... Well, it might get good enough to cook your meals and take care of the kids, but it's unlikely. Yeah, I think that mothers are pretty much always gonna have a place in the design of things. Same with fathers. I just don't think you can rely on an AI to fill those niches. It takes humanity to raise humanity, you know? All right, we collected all of our fence links and the gates. May as well delete that so I can take these. All right. Yeah, we're gonna build a small and respectable animal pen. It doesn't have to be too large. We're gonna build it down here, right at the edge. Actually, I gotta move it over. Hello, I don't think I'm gonna play Hightail, no. It doesn't seem to have the same level of depth and mechanical richness that Vintage Story has. All right, that should do for a little animal pen, something nice and small. Kind of want to move it over, though. Okay. And then we need a gate right here. And now we can dump those goats here, but let's see here. Let's get rid of our old knife, equip that one, craft a new shovel. All right, let's put the goats in here. A smaller one, a smaller pen is easier to light up anyway, right? So that's kind of the reasoning there. I could even possibly get away with just using one lamp. Let's go plant this birch seed out here. We'll just stick it stick it out there somewhere. Yeah, I don't think I need that many. This should basically stop them from despawning as long as it's a small enough enclosure. Like, we just don't need that many, right? Yeah, that's perfect. All right, let's drop them in there and let's eat. There we go. 2 females, 1 male, sufficient lighting to prevent despawns. We're good. I'm pretty sure that's fine. Yeah. Hang on. Art Nat Light. Once again, we're using this resource. So this is the oil lamp. It only has a diagonal light radius of 1 block. That's actually crazy, dude. So like, what if I do this instead? Well, again, same problem. It only has a diagonal light radius of 1 block. I may want to put 3 of these down. I'm not really sure. Or I could just shrink the enclosure even smaller. They don't need that much space. Let's take a look at that picture of the light radius. So 3 to the side and then stair steps. 1, 2, 3 to the side. Stair steps, so that has light. Then this. And then what? This is 3 again? Yeah, let's try to just do this. So 1, 2, 3, and then a fence. 1, 2, 3, and then a fence. Fair enough. And then we need a fence right there. Another one right here. Yeah. And then another one. All right, so that should theoretically be the perfect size to be fully illuminated, just like that. So we're gonna collect the babies. Quickly now. Daylight's burning. Yeah, that's pretty much the perfect size. That's all they need. I can fit a couple of feeders in there, and then when we get a lantern, we can increase the size of the pen. Once we get a lantern, that'll be possible. All right, there we go. Yeah, we don't ever need to worry about them despawning now. I wonder why this guy seems stuck. Let's pick him up and put him back down. There we go. All right, make a new axe. How'd I put him in a bag? Very good question, Era. It is this mod right here, okay? Take a look. You're gonna want to download this mod right here. Pick up baby animals. If I crouch and then right-click a baby, I can pick up the baby into a bag, right? So it lets you collect baby goats, baby males, baby females, even pigs, whatever you want, right? As long as they're babies, they have to be babies. So it's kind of balanced. You can't just pick up like an adult, right? In the future, that mod probably won't be necessary because I'd imagine that with enough time, it's going to be more reliable to attach a rope to a baby and lead it back home, right? Kind of like in Minecraft, how you can rope an animal and then walk it back. But for now, it's the best thing we've got, right? Yeah, really wonderful mod. And it really helps you out to get your milk sorted, like your dairy sorted in the early game, right? I'm not even in June yet. Still in my first month and I already have breeding goats, you know? Pretty awesome. Okay, so that should be 1, 2, and then over. And that's 3. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. They're not going to despawn in there. They have sufficient lighting for sure. They might not even have despawned anyway, but this is just to be safe. All right, we have the goats where we want them. And then we are also going to put the gardens and the beekeeping areas here. Let's head in. I gotta find something to do. We could go harvest all of our charcoal. Let's clean up the inventory first. I'm thinking the first thing I should do right now is make my animal hide bags. That's 4 extra inventory slots that I could theoretically have. And we're gonna plant these maple trees. All right, our meat stew is pretty much gone. Let's deposit the fences and the gate. Grab our spears. And then I have a whole bunch more peat soil here. All right. Yeah, let's go get some cattails. We have a whole bunch over here. And now that I finally have the oil lamps, I'm less worried about light because our light can't be put out by the water. And I'm gonna keep my eyes open for one more flax plant. If I can find one more flax, then we'll have an even 128, 64 times 2 for a full crop plot, a full greenhouse-sized crop plot. That is our goal. Our food situation is very good. We still have a lot of grain left over. We can make a whole bunch of porridge. We also still have a significant sum of mushrooms stored in our cellar. We will be fine. Hello, Zuzi. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I washed my hands. Yes, I did.
Did you use soap?
No.
You should. That was fixed. But she's
Okay.
she specific treatments, fleas, nothing. She's not.
A pain to get out, yeah. All right, fair enough. Okay.
I was thinking, why don't I mix up the leftovers for today's dinner?
I guess that's all right, yeah. Yeah, I would, honestly, I'll leave it up to you, but I'd just prefer like sausage and eggs, straight protein breakfast, and if it's all the same. Okay. All right. Thank you. I wonder where that wolf went. There is a wolf around this area. He was kind of patrolling these cattails. But as long as he doesn't jump out at us while we're harvesting them, we'll be all right. Well, so far the going's getting good. We'll have those animal hide bags very shortly. It's not getting too dark either. It looks like we'll be able to spend the whole night out here without worrying about it. Might be able to get a piece of fat from that raccoon. All right, we have our 4 animal hide bags. We have to start swapping them out. I'll start with this first bag right here. All right, swap the last 2. And then convert these old hand baskets into additional cattails. They've been recycled, and our inventory is 4 slots larger. Hell yeah. All right, let's see if we can get some fat from this. Nope. All right, now that we have those, I'm gonna pivot. I might gather like 64 total cattails, but then we're gonna head back home and I'm gonna continue panning for the copper age. We still need 22 copper. We have a surface vein that we can collect, so I don't need a prospector's pick. I can make that after I collect the surface vein, right? And that surface vein might last us long enough until we've located cassiterite and underground copper. And then we can skip the copper anvil, make a tin bronze one, and be in the Bronze Age right away. All right, let's get out of here. Hello, Rain Check. Hello, buddy. It's been a while. How you been? Okay, Okay, skin that. Okay. I got a couple of medium hides and some fat, along with some bushmeat that we're gonna let spoil. Let's head back home and let's start panning for the copper that we still need. Alright, so I'm thinking the easiest way to make full use of the space is building that way. I could build it sideways this way, but I would have to gather a shitload of this peat and get it out of the way. And I'm gonna have to dig through those ruins, most likely. We'll see. I don't know. There's a million different ways that we could go about this. Let's deposit the small bones, the lumps of fat, dry grass, bones, cattails. I didn't plant those trees. I'll do that after I start cooking a new batch of porridge. All right. All right, let's go plant these trees real quick. I'm gonna want somewhat of a wreath built around the base, like a circular design. I might want to dig up all that right there and extend it lengthwise. That might be how we choose to build things here. I'm not really sure yet. Okay. Now let's head back and let's grab our porridge. We're hungry. All right, let's grab these wattle fences. I'm gonna need more of them, which means I'll need more sticks, but I honestly think I should just start panning. Everything that we need to do becomes a lot easier if I've already entered like a metallurgic age. So we're gonna focus on that really hard. Let's make a stack of rammed earth. And then let's go panning. It looks like our ceramic hives and shit are all done now. All right, today is technically the 1st of June. We gotta work really fast. I have a lot that I want to get done. I'm hoping that I can enter the Bronze Age and start building my garden and stuff and have it all laid out by July. I'm kind of pushing that window. Usually we try to have it done for June 5th, but you know, there's just too much we gotta do. So I'll give myself till July to have it all done. Should be more than enough time. And honestly, more realistically, I'm probably going to start finishing my farm around the 8th of June. And once I have a saw, I'll be able to make structural support beams for safer mining. But until then, well, we're gonna have to live on a wing and a prayer, you know what I mean? All right, we have 22 copper nuggets in total. I need 18 more. Oh, beautiful, buddy. I just got 3 copper nuggets pretty much in a row. Oh, 4 of them. Oh, that's crazy. Game just did us a fucking solid, dude. Yeah, I have 26, so I need 14 more copper nuggets now. I'm hoping to get enough copper ingots by like noon today, maybe afternoon. It's not likely to get enough copper nuggets by then, but we'll try. We already have the crucible. We already have the charcoal. We can melt it all down, make our pickaxe and hammer. Visit that mine location day or night. Don't think it really matters as long as I have sufficient lighting available. And we'll see what we can do. I get one more copper nugget and I'll have 30. Let's eat. There we go. We have 30 copper nuggets, 10 more, and we're good. Make our 2 tools. And then we'll never have to pan again. There's one. Ideally, I'll finish getting all of the copper nuggets that we need without having to gather more sand. Another one. Look at that. I need to have 22 in total. The next Temporal Storm isn't for another 3.5 days, so we have a good long time before we have to worry about it. I'll definitely be in the Copper Age by then. I don't know if I will have found Cassiterite by then, but you know what? It's honestly kind of likely. Once I get the copper pickaxe, like, it happens pretty fast, where we go from copper to tin bronze. I'm thinking at most it'll take like 2 days. Once we have our copper pickaxe, I can find the copper real quick. We have a surface vein, right? And then that will give me replacement pickaxes and pro picks, and we can just go on a fucking searching spree for the Cassiterite. We only need 5 more and we're good. Hell of a lot better to have 17 than when we still needed to get 22. I hate panning, but that's kind of the value of it. It's that one early game activity where it's just pure hurry up and wait, right? It's a hands-on boring task. It's the only one, because I feel like when you do clay forming and stuff, you're always excited to do it because you're always you know that the result is gonna come the next day, right? Like if I'm making storage vessels and stuff. There we go. Nice. 4 more. I think we're definitely going to make it before we run out of sand. Three more. Two more. One more. Oh, beautiful. 2 copper nuggets in a row. That's cherry. And we're right on target. Yeah, it's just about noon. Exactly as I wished. We'll melt these down. I might not actually have my tools until the afternoon, because it takes a while to melt them and then it takes a while longer for them to cool, but yeah, we'll get there. Either way, this is where the game starts to snowball in progress. Once you get those first metal tools, the whole progression speed sort of changes. Let's eat. There it is. Okay, once we finish this block, we can get out of here. Very nice. Let's grab that tool rack and let's get the hell out of Dodge. Finally, Copper Age. And then the Bronze Age will shortly follow. I wonder how far away the cassiterite that we need is actually going to be. We're gonna put the tool rack right there. I need to make myself a pair of tongs, which is gonna require a few more sticks on hand. plus extra sticks for the handles for the tools that we are currently crafting. All right, that'll do. Okay, retrieve the copper and our crucible. There it is. Preheat with peat. And then I have to go grab a piece of charcoal real quick while it's preheating. It should only take one piece of charcoal for this. I think that'll do for now. Let's grab this. All right, yeah, time to head back. Cover it up. Yeah, that peat was only gonna burn for about 1.5 minutes, so we didn't have long. Hopefully we get back there. There's still a little bit of time left on the peat. Won't have lost any temperature. Shit, put that in there. Okay. We almost made it. Either way, we might only require that one piece of charcoal for this to finish. Let's lay out the pickaxe and hammer molds. Those are the relevant ones right now. Eat some porridge. Ditch the pan. I don't know if we'll ever need that pan again, but we might get some bony soil and want to process it later. So, I mean, we'll hang on to it. Let's go plant this tree while that smelts. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna finish. I mean, it might. It might just amount to a waste of charcoal, though. I'm not really sure. We're gonna leave it. It may bleed out all the temperature and lose it, but whatever. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. I'll use more if I have to. Let's grab rope. I do have a bunch of rope. Yeah, right here. Grab that. Yeah, it's done. Good. It finished anyway. Let's make the tongs. Grab that. And let's make our hammer. And our pickaxe. We have it poured and it's 3 p.m. We are on schedule, as we hoped we would be. Let's leave that there. deposit the charcoal. And let's make more porridge. I have 2 cooking pots. I may as well get ahead of it. Thank you,
Sorry
Susie.
about the eggs. They're a bit of a mess.
Don't worry about it.
I was using the stainless steel pan and the paste stuck a bit.
No worries. Thank you. Certainly. Okay. I love you. Alright, we'll make our next batch of porridge ahead of time. This is cooling, but it is going to take a little bit. Maybe I should actually get a short rest. Very short. Like an hour. Yeah. Hour and a half. Something like that. It's still soft copper, but we did eliminate some of the time from it. A little bit more. All right, there we go. We have our tools. Let's make them. And we can go mining pretty much right now. The hammer we're gonna leave right here. And I'm gonna wait until this porridge is done. We'll take it with us. So now I can eat that, grab the last serving, and now we have a new pot of porridge to take with us. A top up. Let's head out. We gotta go up here, we gotta mine those copper nuggets that we found. While we're gone, I will try to find a bear to kill. We could really use one. I need the armor. Let's check my carry-on chest. Empty. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, we need that empty. Let's get busy. I'm gonna zoom out on my mini-map here so I can see where we're going. The copper deposit is considerably inland, but that's fine. We are going to be mining in the dark, which could be a little dangerous. Well, very dangerous compared to mining in the light, yeah. I might try to kill some of the wolves around here. Clear the path for the way home. We're almost there. We got a wild boar here. Oh, we got a couple. Holy shit. All right. The fuck? Where'd it go? It was right here. I have no idea where that boar went. He literally, like... What? No fucking way. Yo, he straight up, like, vanished. Like, he's gone. That's the weirdest fucking shit. Let's grab this resin. And I guess let's go hunt the other one. Oh, that might be him right there, actually. Right on. Okay, no harm, no foul. Skin it, and let's go get the other one. We did see another. What the hell? What's up with my music? It's like fading in and out in a really weird way. It's weird. What the fuck? Alright, let's just change the volume level, I guess. See if that helps it at all. Yeah, I changed a lot of settings lately trying to optimize my graphics. It's hard to tell whether or not it's actually working. Or if it's just causing problems. There was another boar here. I don't know where it is right now. I suppose I'll just head to the copper mine and start getting that done. It should be right here. Which it looks like it. What is wrong with the music? What the fuck? I have no idea. Yeah, our music is definitely kind of glitching though. All right, let's place a light source down right here. Yeah, the music is immersion breakingly glitchy right now, so I'm just gonna shut it off. We're gonna head down. I'm gonna close myself in. And we're gonna get started here, seeking the copper. All right, here we go. We found copper ore. I think it might be just the changes that I made. I'm probably gonna have to undo those changes. I changed a few things in the NVIDIA control panel, right? All right, let's get rid of the cow parsley. Drop those for a second. We have to get that chest off of our back. And deposit a bunch of shit in it. Open up our inventory space. Okay. Hopefully this ends up being a rather sizable copper vein. There was only 2 surface nuggets up above, so we'll see. A copper pickaxe feels really dope at first, but once you get used to a steel one, it starts to feel at least a little bit slow. there's more copper up there that I can't really safely harvest unless I'm on level with it and I fill in the ground underneath it. We'll see what I can do. But whatever I do, I have to try to do it safely. Let's uncover more and see if there's any additional ore in behind this stuff. Yep. I don't know how much, but every nugget is worth it. Looks like that's it for this direction over here. Now we have to figure out a way to safely get this shit. Cave-in risk pretty much everywhere. Does it continue over there? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we may have tapped out this vein. We got 28 chunks of poor native copper. Oh shit, there is more up there. Okay. Nice. Yeah, there's actually a lot more up there. I'm really glad we endeavored to try and get this. Before you have structural support beams, it benefits you a lot to just put a piece of dirt over your head if you can, because the dirt won't collapse. It'll stop the stone up above from collapsing. It helps. When you have nothing else, it helps, but I really want those structural support beams. They've become my favorite mining tool. Even more than the pickaxe, strangely enough. I mean, the pickaxe feels nice to have and feels nice to use, but when you put up a structural support pillar, and you feel the guarantee of safety that it gives you, nothing beats that. Mining is dangerous. I've lost really good playthroughs to mining before, so. Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, there was so much more here. It was looking a little disappointing at first, when we only had 28 copper nuggets, but this time, oh god, we're well over 40 and we just keep finding more. Yeah, that was a cracked andesite ceiling, I think. Unless that might have been where I had a tunnel underneath. It is possible I induced that cave-in. I need to keep an eye on the instability rating. As long as I can still get out of here, it doesn't have to matter. Yeah. Dug down on top of a prior tunnel. Let's enter here, see if there's any more. You never know when you'll uncover another nugget, right? Anyway, at 51 chunks of native copper, even if it's poor native copper, we are sitting pretty. It's time that we got out of here. That's our exit right there. Let's pull out. Don't like this. Okay. You don't suppose there's more in there, do you? I don't know, I was pretty thorough and it was a pretty small vein. Hello there. Okay. I don't know, I'm just following a blank hunch. But yeah, I won't follow it too far. Let's start heading back home. And let's remove this nugget waypoint. Hopefully we don't encounter any predators as we enter the water here. But we'll go home, I'll make myself a prospector's pickaxe, and we'll be able to get a lot more done. I see our home off in the distance. I'm really glad there's no sea monsters in the water. Can you imagine if I had to worry about getting, like, bit by a shark or something? All right. Yeah, you know what? I keep on getting these weird instances where my music gets quieter and then louder. And I gotta fix it. It's just weird, right? So I'm gonna go into my NVIDIA control panel. I'm gonna undo all those changes that we made. All right, let's see if that fixed our music. All right, let's crack open all these nuggets. Boom. Good. Now, let's make ourselves a prospector's pick and a second pickaxe. Preheat with peat. Let's get it lit. It sucks because when I undo those changes, it does kind of make my performance get visibly worse. but it fixes the music, right? I've been trying to get this working where I can have like a super big view distance, but I just don't think it's gonna be possible for me. I might be able to bump it up a little bit so that I can like see the lands off in the distance, but that's pretty much it, you know? All right, let's grab our charcoal. I should only need one piece for this. Oh, buddy, turning off SSAO made a huge difference. Like, a huge fucking difference. All right, this should be done, I think, before we run out of fuel. We preheated with peat, and we made it on time. Let's grab our prospecting pick mold. Put it on the ground. Yeah, new pickaxe, new prospecting pick. We don't need a new hammer right now, so we won't make one. With any luck, we'll be making a cassiterite tin bronze hammer for the next one. Okay. Deposit the rest of the copper in here. And I might want to make a new knife. I'll make this one with a bone handle, though. God, that made a huge difference in my FPS. Honestly, just turning off, reducing dynamic lights and turning off SSAO made a huge fucking difference. I wonder if now I can actually bump this up to where I want it, like 990, right? We'll see how it performs over time after it renders in those blocks. All right, let's grab our tongs. Collect that. Prospecting pick. And pickaxe. It does seem like 900 blocks might just be too much for the game to handle. We'll try 800. There is like a little bit of choppiness that happens, right? Well, you go right down to 500 and you're fine, but... All right, let's get some sleep real quick. I'll sleep until like 6 in the morning, and then our prospecting pick should be done just about. Okay. There we go. Be right back. Yeah, we can now start doing the real work involved with the mining and shit. Hopefully by day's end, we'll be making our first 10 bronze items. Let's give everything a chance to load in. And let's pick a cave, go down, and start getting some readings. We're looking for cassiterite and copper. Native copper is apparently 51 blocks away from here. 42 blocks away. There's a fucking ruin right here. Huh. There's a dark brown ceramic bowl right there. I'm gonna take the cooking pot, yeah. We can use that. Take the bowl. Nice, we got our first metal parts. That can actually help us out with repairing a teleporter later. God, my performance is so much worse now. I don't really know why. I wonder if I ended up changing certain NVIDIA control panel things that I didn't want to. Let's see here. VSync is set to on. I don't think this stuff changed at all. Yeah. It might just be the view distance, you know? It might be that I'm trying too hard to have a long view distance and it's just not built for it. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna uninstall this mod because I don't know how that's affecting it either. We just installed it. I'm gonna get rid of it. Optitime. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Optitime. And we'll see how it is after that. See, users, Thomas, app data, roaming. Mods, Optitime. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. It might not actually be helping. You know what I mean? It might not be. Because most of the settings that it helps with are settings that I've disabled anyway, right? All right. Native copper, 41 blocks away. I don't know if it's like lower than me or not. But right now, we're really just seeking out some cassiterite, primarily. Let's find some sites where we might get better readings. Native copper, 53 blocks away. I have no armor. Oh, fuck that. Yeah, not without armor. It's too likely for, like, what do you call it? The crazy legs to show up, right? Shivers. Yeah, I don't want to fuck with shivers right now. I don't even have bare armor yet, so it just makes it way more dangerous than it really has to be. Native copper, 66. Falerite, 16, apparently. Definitely a lot of quartz here. Native copper, 40. Yeah, let's get out of here. I'm gonna start digging shafts down. It's not the safest thing. In fact, it's very dangerous. It'll be safer once I have a bucket. And until I have a bucket, we're gonna have to live with it being more dangerous than we might like. Cassiterite, 37 blocks. Look at that. Okay, we might be onto something here. Cassiterite, 30 blocks away. $28. Most likely, I'm just about on level with it. We just got to figure out which direction we should go in. Previous reading was 28. This one is also 28. $32. So we're further when we go that way. $29. So I think I'm actually like right on top of it. That's what makes the most sense. I'm gonna put that overhead so that monsters don't fall in like on top of me. And we're gonna have to hope that even though I'm digging down near a cave system that I don't end up plummeting into one. I'm trying to keep a close eye on the instability meter. That's the most important part, is the instability. Cassiterite, 24. Cassiterite, 23. Okay, so we no longer want to go down. We're gonna want to go like to the side somewhere. Let's try it this way. So this reading is 24. $29, so that's actually further, which is a good thing. I'm gonna block that off in case a crawler tries to come in. $20. Okay, that is closer. And if I break the block underneath, 20 becomes 19. So we're gonna want to tunnel downward that way. And there's native copper 27 blocks away that we can try to find here also. All right, now we're gonna just go that way some more. Cassiterite 15 blocks away, and if I go down to that block, still 15. So most likely we're on level with it right now. And if I go that way and get a reading, what does that 15 blocks away become? $22. So it's gonna be over here someplace. Let's just keep tunneling that way. $12 blocks away. And 12. Interesting. $11. And then this also says... Okay, that's 12. So we're closer when we go this way, and we're gonna want to kind of tunnel down. A few more blocks. I only have the one single prospector's pick. But I do have a second pickaxe. One way or another, we're leaving this mine with cassiterite, or we're dying down here. Cassiterite 11 blocks away. Eat. $18 blocks away. $12 blocks away. Hopefully we go 5 blocks that way, and the 11 reading that we got becomes better. Like 6 or 7. $10. It's gotta be further below me, right? I don't know, that's weird. All right, I'm just gonna go straight down a few times. $13. Yeah, no, we're further away when we go down. $8 blocks away. That's what I'm talking about. Let's keep trying to get closer. I am getting low on food. Hopefully we find pay dirt soon. I have 2 more bowls of porridge, which really won't last long. Let's hope we get our pay dirt soon. We can get the hell out of here. Six blocks away. And still 6 when I destroy the bottom block. So most likely we're on level with it now. Let's go over here. Two blocks away. Okay, we're about to hit Cassiterite pay dirt, but unfortunately it looks like I just opened up access to a cave, which I really don't like. That shit can be dangerous. The Cassiterite's right here. I tried to, like, wall that off and make it so the enemies couldn't access me here. Time will tell how effective it was. But we did end up finding tin. Like, it's here. We just got to be really careful about how we collect it, because a lot of it is in the ceiling. I am not level with it, and it actually goes into an existing tunnel, which is pretty dangerous, so. And there are monsters spawning around here, but I can at least stop most of them from reaching me, where we are. This is perhaps the least advantageous Cassiterite that we could have found. It's in a very complex place to harvest. Dangling over an existing cave system makes it very dangerous to go for. Oh god. No fucking way. Yeah, this is marginally sus. I don't like it. Hang on. All of this has collapse risk. All of it. So I'm gonna need to stay under blocks and hit that. We are gonna probably cause a cave-in eventually. I'm just hoping it won't be too destructive. I'm all out of blocks though. And I'm gonna need blocks in order to get out of here, so. I'm gonna grab up all these. Yeah, we have to tower out of here. I can use some of the stone that we got to tower out. I can make a makeshift sort of exit pillar, but... I got more Cassiterite down below. There might be more there, but I feel like I need to get out of here. We have 220 units of tin, which does make a considerably great amount of tin bronze. Ideally, I could get a lot more, but I don't know if I can. Cassiterite is 5 blocks away, apparently. Cassiterite 7 blocks away. If I could end up finding cassiterite in this wall, where it's not directly above the cave, that would be the best case scenario. 3 blocks away from there. We may yet be able to get some more, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. I have 2 more servings of porridge remaining. We're being very ambitious here, and it is... I'd lie if I told you I wasn't sweating. Cassiterite is 4 blocks away. Three. 5. So it obviously gets closer over there. Yeah, we gotta reclaim as many of these as we can, and it might not be a bad idea for me to try and check underneath some of the cracked rubble. There might be more there. I don't know. I have no fucking clue, but there is this guy causing me trouble. Cassiterite 8 blocks away. Let's get up. Okay, I stopped him from getting us. Yeah, we're gonna need as many of these as possible to get back out of the mine. Cassiterite is 3 blocks away from there. 4 blocks away from there. Oh. Alright, 9 blocks away from there means I'm probably not finding any more without considerable, like, death danger. We'll see. Oh, that's unstable. Jesus Christ. Okay. Four blocks away from right there. I am running out of my prospector's pick. Cassiterite is 1 block away. This might be my shot to actually get a respectable amount. It depends on how much is here. Two blocks away, so most likely it's gonna be like above me or adjacent to this area. Right there. Fuck. That is not a good place to have it. Is that it? No, there's more right there. All right, let's grab this. The more we get now, the less we have to worry about it later. So, you know, we'll push as much as we can. If it can be something that's even remotely safe to do. But it's not looking good right now. It looks like we might have tapped this place out. We did get a lot of cassiterite though, so I think it's time to leave. I need to make a new prospector's pick. I need to reclaim as much of this dirt as possible for getting myself out of here. I don't even have a stick, so I can't even finish making the shovel. All right, let's go. Okay, I'm just about out. God, my performance is so bad. This is crazy. Don't know what it is, buddy. It might be the oceanic aspect. I don't really know. I'm trying to play, like, I'm not even at 1,000 blocks anymore. That's what's crazy. Unreal. I have so much stuff turned off, but it just doesn't really seem to, you know, be good. Constant stuttering. I don't know if it's the water or not. Like, it might be. Either way, at least we found a shitload of cassiterite. Now we don't have to worry about where that's gonna come from. What the hell? Yo, the music's doing that thing again. Oh, that is so weird. What is going on with my game, dude? That is nuts. That is crazy. Yeah, we're having some major issues with Vintage Story. Very new, very out of pocket, like out of nowhere. All right, let's make more porridge. It might be the oceanic world. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only new thing that I've started to do, which is pretty crazy. That you can break your game just by having islands when there's literally a boat in the game. All right, let's get this porridge cooked. We need new food. Crack open the cassiterite. Yeah, my music is so weird right now, dude. I have no idea what's up with it. That is so strange. I'm gonna go grab more sticks. Could be something with having plains and valleys and, you know, having plains and valleys and an oceanic world, but I can't imagine how that would cause an issue. All right, now we need to set our sights on finding some copper. For that, I am going to need a new prospector's pick. Possibly a new pickaxe. Possibly. But I have 58 cassiterite. 8, 16, 22, wait, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56. That means I can make 7 batches of 500 units, which is 3,500 units of tin bronze. More than enough for getting started. We're going to deposit that in here with the copper. Right now, though, I only have enough copper for about 500 units, so we are going to need more. All right, let's heat that up. It looks like it might be the oceans. Maybe I need to turn off optimize RAM. Why is that? You guys hear that? How the music it gets quiet? That is so fucking weird, dude. I got no idea. Yeah, I don't know what's causing it. Music fading out, vintage story. So weird, dude. Maybe I need like a clean install of the game or something, but I got no clue. All right, let's grab the tongs, deposit the cassiterite. Yeah, that's so weird, dude. Ocean World's laggy vintage story. Do you think that we might end up getting worse and worse performance based on having too many of these icons on the map? Do you think that might be a thing? I can't imagine that's the problem, you know, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be any sort of thing that would actually cause issues. Anyway, it's the 2nd of June. We're gonna have a brief nap here. Wake up now. We have our new tools ready. A backup pickaxe and the new pro pick. I have 6 fresh servings of porridge. God, yeah, the performance is so bad here. Yeah, you know what? This is the first time I've encountered it, and this is the first time I've used the map. Maybe that has something to do with it. You never know. Maybe. That could be it. Perhaps. Seems pretty fucking smooth now. Actually, holy shit, did I figure it out? We're getting stuttering. And then I go to the map, toggle terrain off. And now it's practically completely clear. That's insane. It might be the map. It might literally be the map that's causing all of our issues. That's nuts, buddy. We'll see. Like, I'll turn up my render distance and whatnot. We'll let the blocks load in. But there's definitely a lot of issues with this game when you generate oceanic worlds. I never had these problems until I started doing the oceans, which is a damn shame. Why are they introducing mechanics into the game like boats if you're gonna break the game when you try to have oceans? You know, it just seems weird, like amateurish. Let's get rid of the foam and shining effect. And then remove waving foliage as well as bloom. And how do I turn off the mini-map? F6. All right, let's get out there and let's try to find some more copper. The simple truth is I can't have the render distance that I'd like to have. The game's just not optimized for it, you know? Hey, sweetie. I'm having major problems with the game. Yeah, I don't know why. We're getting like regular lag, and my music is fading in and out. I don't know. I tried to remove all the new ones. I more so think it's because I generated an oceanic world, and it's too janky to handle it. Yeah, which is funny because they literally introduced a fucking boat, but it does look like it breaks the game. I mean, we're trying, you know, I'm trying to deal with it, but like you can tell that there's like choppiness to it. It's crazy.
Until you find.
But even then, if it starts lagging like this once I find the water, then I'm thinking I might just try to do a clean install or something. All right, we found the final flax seed that we need. We now have 128 flax seeds. Let's grab these berries and then let's try to track down some copper. All right, native copper's 49 blocks away from here. But I would need like an improvised staircase. And again, I don't really feel safe going down there. Going into caves, right? I'm unarmored. I don't really have bear armor yet, so let's go over here, get a reading from this cliff. Native copper, 52 blocks away. $55. Well, that tells me I'm probably on top of a node. So let's just dig down, I guess. And then put that there so I can't be ambushed from up above. Okay, get a reading. Native copper 44. Yeah, we're most likely coming down on top of a node. Holy shit. Yeah, there's a drifter there. I need to wall myself in here before I can continue the descent. All right. I now have like a narrow tunnel to keep the enemies out. Let's heal up and eat. Hello, Era. What, you talking about the cave-in? That was pretty crazy, eh? Even more caves. Okay, let's seal that up. Got a reading. Copper is 28 blocks away. We're gonna keep on descending down. 21 blocks away. $18. Okay, we're getting to the point where I have to start going like sideways. $19 blocks away. $15. Yeah, it's not as dangerous as in Minecraft, though. When you dig straight down, the real risk is that you'll find your way into, like, a cave full of monsters like I did there, but I was able to get out. Once you have, once you make an anvil, you're fine. You can make a saw, you can make a bucket, and that bucket helps a lot. Like, a lot. Why the hell? My music is so weird, dude. Like, I don't know why my music is fading in and out. It's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen. So this reading was 15. The previous reading was 13. Which means over here is kind of closer, but hang on. 13 into 12. So I have to dig down. I just hope I can find some sort of a performance fix. I do think it's because I'm trying to play with islands. We still have to go a little bit lower. Alright, native copper is apparently 4 blocks away, and we might be on level with it now, so let's just try to find it. If we find this, then we can finally enter the Bronze Age. There it is. Hopefully it's a very large node. It is nice that we're finally getting to the meat and potatoes of this copper vein. Have you experienced something similar, Era? It would be comforting to me if I at least knew that it's not my computer and it's probably the game. And it should be said that we've had many series up until now, and none of them have performed this poorly, not until we were surrounded by water. So maybe that's all it is, right? All it is. The water's constantly moving, and it might not be the most optimized content yet. And I'm definitely not the only one talking about it. I think a lot of people have tried to generate oceanic worlds and ended up with the same problems. Apparently there's a setting where you can disable it in the configuration where you don't optimize your RAM. So it would allow me to use all my RAM. I might engage in that fix. If we can't find a solution for the laggy stutteriness, then I'll probably try that fix. I'll try to remove the RAM optimization entirely and just let it draw upon my computer's full resources. I do, yeah. He mentioned fixing memory leak issues. Well, we'll keep our chin up. We'll keep our chin up. Yeah, I appreciate you talking to me about it, Era. It just helps. It helps to talk to someone about it. All right. I hope that's not it. Is that all the copper that's here? It might be. Native copper 2 blocks away, apparently. Three when I go down further. So most likely there's just like 1 or 2 blocks tucked away in here. Not much. Here's one. And there may be more. Let's eat. And then I can deposit stuff into my chest. Oh, wow. I have a whole bunch of stuff in there that I completely forgot about. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we can't use the chest. Let's put it on our back. Grab that stuff. Put it in our offhand. And I'll just, I guess, delete the soil here. We can move this into that stack, and we have a little bit more room now. Hopefully this vein continues to stretch on. I was hoping to get a lot of copper here, right? We'll see. Yeah, buddy, yes you can. Yeah, you can click and drag the bowl over the pot and then remove the contents from it. It really helps when you're doing story locations, right? Because in story locations, you can't even place a cooking pot on the ground. So you can at least drag your bowl over the cooking pot. Native copper's 7 blocks away from there. 11 blocks away from there, so most likely over here is where we'd end up finding more. 12? Huh. Six blocks away. 7 blocks away. All right, let's start going horizontally here. Nine blocks away, we got a little further. Four blocks. Okay, we're closer now. Now, it might be slightly higher than us. So I'm just gonna pull up to here. And then we're gonna dig in right here. I do have to be very wary about stability, however. We were tunneling just above here, so we don't know when a cave-in might happen. Native copper, 4 blocks away. Still 4 blocks away right there. It might be lateral to me. Two blocks away from right there. And there we go, we found more. This is actually a second copper vein, so we did pretty good here. I ended up depleting one vein, but then immediately locating another within the vicinity of the first. It's good. If we can survive, then we'll be well into the Tin Bronze Age. We'll make our tin bronze anvil, we'll make a saw, I can then make a bucket, making mining permanently safer. And we can finally, at that point, you know, we can gather quartz, we can think about greenhouses, I can try to start making some bloomeries. We can think about the Iron Age at that point. Yeah, you know, greenhouses, all that. And we're gonna start our farm right away. That's one of the first things that we're gonna do is start our farm. We're doing a really good job here. I am gonna try to clean all of this out before we leave. All of it. We may as well, right? We're trying to really stockpile a whole bunch of tin bronze for the future. The more we get now, the less we have to worry about it later. This is a massive node here. But we had to come very deep underground, and so far we've had to use quite a lot of our dirt. So I might actually end up having to use some of these stones to craft fences. And with those fences, I could nerd pole out, I think. Yeah, crafting stone fences doesn't require anything but the stones themselves, so you can use it in a pinch if you're underground and you need blocks to get out. Let's eat. I did have a Windows update the other day. Maybe the Windows update toggled on some settings that I usually prefer to leave off. Like game mode and that shit. You know, the Windows bloatware. Maybe there's something like that that I have to find. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. Yeah, the odds are most likely like leaning toward the fact that this is an oceanic world and that it's just an amount of demand that, you know, the game isn't quite optimized for yet. God, can I even harvest this whole vein? This is massive. It's gonna come down to our temporal stability, I think, rather than our food. Food-wise, we're kind of fine, but it's the stability. We'll have to get out of here at some point and address that. But we'll see. Maybe I can finish harvesting all this before we go. Oh shit! Oh my god. Holy fuck, he could have snuck right up on me. I clearly need to lay out my torches here. Or else, right? God damn, that's something else. Yeah, our performance is so bad here. This is crazy. It's getting worse and worse over time, it looks like. It's hard to tell when we're not moving around. Can't believe a tainted drifter almost fucking ambushed us, man. That's insane. We're starting to get critically low on our temporal stability. It's probably around like 30% now. So we got to start thinking about our departure. Whether we finish harvesting all the vein or not. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, dude. That is so not cool. Fucking calm rift activity too, and they're just spawning like crazy. Oh, come on. Alright, I think I have to get out of here, dude. Like, there's just monsters, monsters, monsters all the time right now. Yeah, we gotta go. I can't stay here. Let's get the hell out of here, man. There is more copper down here. I will want to try and come back and get it. Maybe that's where they're coming from, is up there, actually. 26%? Okay. Let's fucking speed run a little bit more of this here. They were most likely dropping down through that hole up there. This has got to be the most perilous mining trip that I've ever been on in my vintage story history. It's seldom like this. Multiple tainted drifters coming down. You don't even have your bear armor yet, right? Like, at the very least, though, it looks like we might be wrapping up with this. And we damn well better soon. We gotta get the hell out of here. Our temporal stability and the monster spawns. It's all a recipe for death disaster, you know? Good morning, Chris. Good morning. We've been having some major technical difficulties today, buddy. We think it's because we're on an ocean world. But we've been having the worst performance in the game that I've ever had. Like, the worst after 28 different series. It's just like the worst it's ever been. We think it's because we're in an ocean world. And apparently Tyron mentioned, like the dev mentioned something about memory leaks. Let's get rid of those. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get the hell out of here now. Let's eat. And let's get the hell out of here real fast. I'm gonna have to find my way out. Okay. But I did manage to finish collecting from the whole vein. Okay, that's it for all of our dirt. But like I said, I can actually make fences out of this. What? Oh, shit. I mean, I thought I could. I should be able to, right? At least my temporal stability isn't really going down anymore. Okay, there. Once you're standing on the first fence, it becomes possible to keep going. But that's the catch, is that you have to be standing on that first fence. So let's make more of these. Okay, we made it out. That was pretty perilous, pretty scary of an occurrence, but we made it. We made it out just fine. Oh wow, there's a forest fire out here. Alright, let's let it burn. We get a lot of dry thunderstorms here too. Like, I don't know why, but we get tons of dry thunderstorms in this area. Oh, and we've had weird glitches because of the performance, where our music is like fading in and out. Weird shit like that. Like, it's been so bizarre today, dude. Highly irregular. Jesus, this performance is disgusting. I need to bug report this for sure. Like, there shouldn't even be a boat in the game if this is what's gonna happen when you try to have a playthrough with boats. Alright, deposit the seeds. All of the seeds. I would love to take care of that forest fire, but I just don't know if I can. Let me grab my watering can. Maybe we'll try that out. Apparently you can use the watering can on a forest fire. I don't know how well it's going to work, but my performance is so bad I almost don't even care. I'm just going to log out real quick and log back on and hope that it fixes, because this is retarded. This is really bad. Like, literally potentially playthrough endingly bad, which really sucks because we have so many good things going for us, right? Like, this is insane. Is there like a water fix mod? All right. And what are the settings that I use? I need to tell them what these settings are. It's majority ocean with many continents. And at first it was fine, but now it's as though the longer I play this world, the worse the lagging and stuttering gradually becomes. Has anybody else experienced something like this? Weird stuff is happening too, like my music is getting quieter then louder at random intervals. Here's a list of my mods installed. Yeah, we gotta kind of try to talk to someone about this. This is such a buzzkill too. Like, this is why early access games should be not allowed. You shouldn't release anything unless it works. Plain and simple. I don't believe in asking somebody for money for a product that isn't even guaranteed to work. You'd never buy a car that wasn't guaranteed to start. If you would, you're retarded, right? And I feel like when you apply the same logic to a game, it doesn't change the, you know, doesn't change the logic. Maybe accessibility tweaks might help me with it. Possibly. Maybe there's a setting in accessibility tweaks that might sort of repair what's going on or stop whatever effect is causing it. We'll see if there's like ocean settings or water settings. I wonder why it has the black highlight. I don't know. Whatever. I'm going to be attempting to tweak some graphical settings with accessibility tweaks. Okay, there we go. So I guess now we're going to have to start trying to tweak things. There's also apparently a configuration. Config fix RAM for Vintage Story. We'll see if we can apply this. Yeah, how to increase RAM usage. Vintage Story is eating 21 gigabytes worth of RAM. Holy shit. Okay, well, and apparently some mods can actually cause a big problem. We're gonna have to find out which of our mods are causing the problems. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll see, Butterman. We'll see if we can find a solution. Okay. I could disable pick up baby animals for now. I doubt that that would be causing the problem, though. I highly doubt it. Let me take a look at my mod list here. Roaming, app data, roaming. I didn't like forget one here that I don't want, right? Oh, I have to fix this. All right, there we go. I fixed the layout of these. Oh, footprints mod. Got to do that one too. And immersive third-person camera. I don't know why it pasted like this, but it doesn't matter much, does it? Okay. There. Hopefully somebody gets back to me on that with a solution. Hopefully your guy can... Yeah. I know how to check. Yeah, I know how to check. I mean, basically, I just look at the task manager, right? And I look at the system draw. I mean, isn't that it? And I can press Control F3. Anyway, we're just gonna set the graphics preset to high. Go up to like 512 blocks. That was usually what I left it on. I don't want to start reducing, like, I don't want to yield, right? There were some things that I would turn off in order to improve performance, but there were a lot of things I never had to. So I feel like the best benchmark for how things are going is how many settings I can leave the way we used to have them. Like, for all we know, it's something simple, like it's actually of golden combs that's causing it. So if I was to grab the skeps over there, bring them over here, put them in the ceramic hives, then it might stop it, right? Anyway, we have to try to take care of that. Now, it does look like we did a data dump here. The thing is, this is moving so smooth. So it seems very obvious, at least to me, that the real issue is the inability for the game to, like, do a data dump. The watering can kinda works. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. And let him know that, like, once we logged out and logged back in, it kind of corrected itself and started working again. So it almost paints a picture of, like, a data dump problem, or, you know, like my RAM got overloaded, and we're gonna keep an eye on it. And we're gonna see what happens. Jesus, this fucking forest fire, dude. Holy shit. That's an entire field of peat that's currently burning right now. You know what? I'm just gonna use a console command to make it rain. All right, there we go. Jesus, yeah, I don't know what's up with the dry thunderstorms. I have seen more dry thunderstorms and more forest fires in this playthrough than I have ever seen in any other playthrough prior to this. It's insane, buddy. All right, auto precipitation is now back on. I don't know if it was the wildfire. I highly doubt it was, only because we logged out and logged back in and it was fine, right? Most likely it's like a CPU slash RAM issue. 40% of my memory, 7 gigs, which really isn't that bad, to be fair. Like 40% is pretty fucking Mickey Mouse. Doesn't really make sense that it would be getting any stutters at all. Yeah, it's like the only thing that has a significant draw. And it's barely using any CPU power. But we'll keep an eye on that, I guess, and we'll see how it changes. But I can always see, like, a certain stuttering. Like, always. I can always see a micro stutter. And it is probably going to kill the game for us. I never deal with shit like this, right? Like, I never tolerate stuff like this. So hopefully we can find something here where it might make it better. I don't really see anything in accessibility tweaks that would change this. But yeah, there's just constant fucking lag here. And what's really crazy is that this is a flat out lie. It says that my minimum FPS is like 40, right? But it's like, there's no fucking way. Because it stutters all the time. Like 100% all the time. The game's poor coding is like shining through whenever you do an oceanic world. It's disheartening, really. I'm gonna hope that we can find a solution, but we might not be able to. And that would mean that I couldn't keep the series. And it would even mean that, like, I wouldn't even be able to keep playing Vintage Story. Because what I want is the oceanic experience. I'm bored of the regular game now, right? And this was our one way to switch it up. But you always take that risk when you're playing an early access game that eventually you'll hit like an unpassable roadblock of dysfunction, right? It just looks like that's what's happening. Did I just have a video card update? I haven't had a NVIDIA update for a while, no. My last driver update was like a week ago, and we were in the middle of a series at that point. I did have a Windows update the other day. Game mode is still off. Like, I don't know what, hang on. Well, this is so long ago that it doesn't even... No, I don't think this is it. That's like a while ago, right? And I've been playing for the past 2 months, so it just doesn't really seem like... What's this? I'm up to date on my driver. You can go back to the previously installed one. It was December 18th that I got it, so that was so long ago that... Release January... Yeah, I really don't think this has anything to do with it. Otherwise, we would have experienced these previously. These problems, right? Most likely it's the oceanic world. But I'm gonna need to hear more like input from people on this post. And I'll keep on checking the task manager. I'm gonna also check the Discord, actually. I'm just gonna go check the fucking Discord, too. Yeah. Ask around. Message is too long. Okay, I'll have to upload it as like a document then, I guess. Sure as shit don't need to open up Steam. However, the longer I'm in a world, the worse the lagging gets. Putting and reopening the game ceases the lag for a time. I think it might be water physics. God, you see how many losers here just fucking giving you a hard time? Holy yap session. Nice zip bomb. And then there's this guy. Where is he? Somebody said I was spamming. Oh, okay. It looks like he deleted that. Jesus. Oh my god, this guy's C gullible. Yeah. Oh, he just can't take it serious, right? Hello, old fart. Welcome, buddy. Oh wow, now it's not even loading the textures. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, something definitely ain't right here. Task manager. Yeah, it's not the mods. If it was the mods, we would have been encountering this earlier. Now my RAM has gone from 7 gig to 8.7. Oh, don't worry about it, Encino. Don't worry about it, buddy. Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties. We're having like the laggiest, shittiest experience that we've ever had in Vintage Story. It's actually nuts. Like we're getting like memory leaks and consistent stuttering and stuff, you know? Yeah, now the music is doing that thing. As you guys can see, the music is kind of, it gets louder and then quieter. And I feel like this is the perfect test. Let's honestly just stand here and watch how the system memory changes. Because it looks like over time, it's using more and more, right? This was 7.2 gigabytes earlier, and now it's up to like 8.5. Right? So it's like, it's increasing in the memory usage. Yeah, the game definitely, there's something wrong with the ocean. I don't know what it is, but we've already seen, like, we've already seen many playthroughs work properly. I guess I'll just, I don't know, I could start trying to make the tin bronze, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like anybody here can actually help. I'm not gonna delete the series. Yeah, I'm not gonna delete it because I still kind of want to, I still kind of want to keep the series and try to, what mod am I? I'm not using a mod for oceans. I just changed some vanilla world settings, buddy. Yeah. I have my settings right here. I use these settings to generate an ocean world. Right here, land cover 40%, land cover scale 75%, and landform scale 120%. I made like just a world with those settings, right? Anyway, let's just start making some tin bronze, I guess. We're gonna turn off some shit, waving foliage. We'll leave on that AO smooth light, foam and shiny effect off, bloom off, particles, I guess like 50%. VSync is off, max FPS is maxed out. We'll leave that where it is. Oh, wow. You guys see this? I just changed my settings and now the RAM usage, I reduced my render distance down to 500. Now it's at 9.5. That's crazy. Yeah, we're watching it in real time. It went from 7.2 to 8.5 and now 9.5. That's insane, dude. We're watching it flop in real time. That's crazy. That is so insane. Could it be the Render Mountains mod? We can try turning off Farseer and see what happens. I'll take anything at this point. It could also be plains and valleys. I don't really know. But let's turn off Farseer at least. I mean, we'll see how it goes. It always starts out strong. Okay, that's at 3.8. 4.1, 4.3. So it's rising at a rate commensurate with the generation of the terrain. Which, fair enough. Okay, you know what? We're sitting at 4.4 gig. The RAM usage went from 7.2 gigabytes upon opening the game to 4.4 gig. So it might have to do with Farseer plus Ocean Worlds. All right, let's try this out. It looks really fucking smooth right now, buddy. And hang on, actually, I want to try one more thing, because I remember I changed my Farseer settings off stream, and I want to open up the Farseer sort of like menu and take a look at it. So Farseer, what's the keys? Control Shift F. See, it's 7.3 when we have, yeah, reset to defaults. Hang on, what was the far view distance there? Was that like maxed out, the far view distance? Well, we're gonna save and leave the world, close the game and load back in and then see what it is. I'm also gonna take a look at the stream footage to see if that was maxed out. You never know, Encino. You just might save the day here with that suggestion, buddy. Let me just take a look at the footage here real quick. I'm gonna close Discord. And then we're gonna rewind. No fucking way. Okay, you know what? We might have actually found it. If you look right here, guys, watch this with me, okay? So I actually have the distance maxed out on Farseer. It's maxed out. When I hit default, it goes way down. So it might have actually been the Farseer settings that were doing it. Encino, did you just save my favorite fucking series, brother? Brother, may I have some oats? Let's hop in and see how it is. I gotta tell people that. If it really works. Which, you know what? It's at 3.7. Yo, we might have been bleeding memory to the Farseer mod. That could be exactly what it was. We'll see. Let's let the world load in. We don't want to get too optimistic too soon. But for now, let's pretend like everything's fine and let's make a shitload of... All right, we're at 6 megabytes here, which is standard operating RAM for the game, I think. When I step outside, it seems pretty fucking clear. Yeah, you know what, man? Like, you might have saved us, buddy. I don't know how to tell you. You might have saved the fucking day. All right, we are almost completely out of field mushrooms. Honestly, man, looking at this right now, I think we're good. Encino, I think you actually fucking saved the day, buddy. A real test is going to be our music. If our music goes back to normal and it doesn't fade in and out anymore, then we'll know what's wrong. We'll finally know what's wrong. And I might even be able to keep my render distance at 1,000 blocks. Hell yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about, Encino. You fucking need to stay around. Stick around, brother. Unreal. Unreal that you might have just saved my favorite series. Let's go celebrate with the goats. Oh, look how smooth this is, dude. Fucking glorious. Yeah, are you guys happy too? Oh, I'll bet you are. You're not gonna get deleted with this world. No, you're not. We're gonna be fine. Okay. Yeah, everything is just fine now. We're gonna put all that in there, and then I'm going to grab a bunch of this and that, as well as the copper, or the coal, charcoal. Yeah, he did suggest the animal pickup mod. Yeah. That was 100% Encino. John Cino. I don't know what that was. All right, let me do a little bit of math in my head. So 8, 16, 24, 32. Oh. That would get me 2,000 units of tin bronze. If I also have 372 copper, something like that. Yeah, or like 368 or something. So how many units do I want to make? I should actually probably just mathematics that out first before we decide. We're gonna lay out all of these things. So that's 900 units. Let's eat. I can't believe it, buddy. Like, you saved the series, dude. Everybody fucking celebrate Encino in your minds, okay? If you're watching this series and you're enjoying it and you're glad that it doesn't have to end, thank Encino. John Cino! Dun, 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 dun. I understand that sounds really stupid, but you guys live with it. You live with my shenanigans. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1400. $3,400 units. 35. 30. Wait. All right, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20, 22, 23, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 3,700 units required. 3,700 is pretty expensive. I don't even know if I can actually do it. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20 plus 15 would be 35. So that's 3,500. And then Oh god, yeah, I don't think we have enough copper for this much. I'm getting a little too ambitious. Let's see. So 56 divided by 8 is 7, and then 7 times 92 requires 644 copper. Which we actually do have. That's crazy. Okay, so 644 minus 512 is I need 132 in this stack right here. There we go. So this should be... We're gonna double check our math and make sure that it's fine. 56, those 3,500 units of tin bronze. I don't even know if I have enough charcoal for that. God, that's quite a gamble. I wouldn't want to use all of it and then it turns out we don't. Oh, what am I saying? I have more over here. And now that the world's not permanently lagging, let's go grab it. You can't see me. Where'd he go? Where'd Encino go? Where's John Encino? Oh, that's funny, dude. Oh, spirits are high. Spirits are high. Encino, yeah, you literally saved the day, buddy. So let's make this series a long one, a good one. Yeah, we're gonna grab up all of our charcoal right now. Never in my life have I smelted 3,500 tin bronze for my first batch before. This is crazy ambitious. Damn straight, Encino. Just in the nick of time, dude. You're like Batman, just swooping in, saving shit. Glorious, buddy. Imagine if you slept in today, bro. You fucking sleep in today and we don't save this, right? This amazing ocean world, the Farseer mod remains broken, and then we find out much later, and we're like, oh my god, I never even had to delete that ocean world. What have I done? You prevented a tragedy, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. I need another stick. All right, we definitely have enough charcoal now. Like 100% we do. Yeah, we got 112. That's good. Let's head back. See, live streams, they work in two ways, all right? The first way that a live stream works is it immortalizes someone's stupidity. You know, some asshole shows up in your chat, drops the N-word, calls you a faggot, and then leaves. But then there's other situations where somebody shows up, they save the day, they swoop in, masked, unknown, anonymous, and they change the fortunes, they alter the tides of fate in such a way that our flaws become redeemed and our fun is immortalized. Encino, on this day, you are the latter. All right, now, 3,500 units of tin bronze. We need to double check our math and make sure. So that's 20 ingot molds. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. I would need 3,700. Which, hang on. I have an alloy calculator. I fixed it. I had accidentally pressed Shift plus Control plus F and maximized the distance of my Farseer mod rendering, and it was spiking my RAM usage and slowing everything down. Looks like Ocean Worlds work just fine, and this whole issue was user error on my part with the Farseer mod settings. Smiley face. All right, there we go. Done. Done. And you know what? Special thanks to Encino 711 for helping me to figure this out. Immortalized contribution. Whatever. Damn straight. I need a red phone, one that calls Encino. Darkness is creeping over the city. Can you come? Please, we need your help. All right. And look at that, right? We have the Farseer mod on its lowest setting and we can still see those things. I must have had the Farseer going so frickin' far that it was just bleeding our memory the whole time. Like, that's insane. Anyway, we need the alloy calculator. Tin bronze. I want 2 ingots. I think it was 37, but I have to count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 2, 4, 5, 6, 37. Okay, so I need 2 more ingots. Which is 36 copper and 4 cassiterite. 36 copper. I don't have 4 cassiterite, unfortunately. Best I could do is 18 and 2. Yeah, we're all out of cassiterite, which, fair enough. We're using all of it to maximum effect. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna remove the Hell of Hammer mod and we'll do that later. Yeah, the Hell of Hammer removes that 200. So now we're at 3,500, which is what we already have in there. Let's do the usual, right? Preheat with peat and then put the charcoal in there. It's happening, guys. It is happening. At long last, our anxieties are alleviated. Our fate unknown, but our fun unyielding. Damn straight, what a W. That is a capitalized W. That's a Winchester W right there. What is this? Fucking rakins. All right, let's go put the charcoal in the fire. We are only preheating with the peat. It's gonna go pretty quickly. There's random ass goats over there. I feel like I should try to kill those. I still need to make a bunch of pelt. Okay, that's a baby raccoon. I'm not gonna kill a baby. All right, we'll put 28 charcoal in there to start, and then we'll carefully monitor it. The batch is so big that I have to make sure that I have enough charcoal in there. I think I might just put in a full 32. We'll finish with some charcoal to spare, but this way I won't fuck up. So we'll put 4 more in there. And then let's deposit the cassiterite and the copper. The animal fat. The bones. Yeah, we're gonna want to oil some hides for sure. I'm gonna make one last batch of rammed earth here. We're not gonna need nearly as much anymore because now we actually have water. We're gonna have water buckets that we can use as elevators in order to simplify mining. Now, I need some medium fertility soil. It's gonna take a long time before this is finished, so let's go mine some medium fertility soil from wherever. Pretty sure there's a bunch over there. There might even be some over here, actually. Maybe I don't need to swim across the channel in order to get it. Man, we have function restored. Encino, whatever divine presence told you to mention Farseer, listen to it. Okay? In everything that you do, listen to that voice. Yeah, we have to start collecting medium fertility soil now for our garden. All right, we're gonna make 2 more shovels real quick. I have the sticks for them already. Oh man, no more issues, no more frame drops and shit. Oh my god, dude. The Farseer settings the whole time. It's scary to know that, like, just this one small thing that I had done may have gone unnoticed for the rest of my career with the game, you know? I would feel so much more comfortable if the mod settings were like, they reset between, you know how with Napsters, every time you start a new world, the Napsters settings reset? Well, goddamn, that I would have really appreciated if the settings for Farseer reset the same way that Napsters did. But we're good. Because for God so loved the channel that he sent his only Encino. That's right, buddy. That's right. For God so loved the community, he sent his only Encino. 7-Eleven. Damn straight, dude. Oh, such happiness. We're fucking talking about driver updates and Windows updates and feeling like there's a void beneath our feet that's about to swallow us, and here it is. It's just all fixed. Now, what... I think that I need 128 dirt. So I need 2 stacks of dirt per garden, which means I'm gonna need 6 stacks of medium fertility soil in total. So I think we're gonna gather 3 stacks and then we'll go back and check on the tin bronze. Make sure that that's progressing smoothly, right? It really doesn't take that long to get all the dirt you need for your garden. It used to seem like it took forever to me, but really it's not that bad. Getting the dirt seems easier to me now than hoeing the ground. All right, let's head home with this fucking beautiful frame rate where there's like no lagging or stuttering whatsoever, dude. None. I can turn bloom back on and waving foliage if I want. Yes, buddy. And we have our render distance at 1,000 blocks. So like we can always see this landscape even from home. Extraordinary, buddy. I think the reason why I might be seeing more forest fires here is because we're on an island, right? Like the lightning's not really gonna strike the water. And there's less landmass around, so it's more concentrated. Okay, it's about halfway done. Let's deposit this. So I have 2 stacks in here. That's enough for 1 crop plot. I need 4 stacks of dirt in my inventory. We're turning this music up because right now, buddy, morale is high. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's certain community members where I just glaze them all the time, you know? Yeah, and Encino, you're in that clique now. You're in the same clique as like Toast and Chris and Old Fart and, you know, Stereophobia. There's a ton of people. Every time I see the name Encino now, I'm gonna light up. You know, gaming with Auntie Murray, Lee Merta, wherever the hell he is. Fucking guy probably got his organs harvested or something. Yeah, let me tell you guys a story, all right? There was this viewer for the channel named Lee Merta, and he was around right from the beginning. Like, when I started live streaming, he was there, and he was there for the longest time, like my full first year of having the channel, right? The funny thing about Lee was that he was like a liberal at first. He was a Democrat, right? But then he said that the longer he spent watching my channel, the more conservative he was slowly becoming, right? And he worked at a laboratory, and I think that at this laboratory it was his job to like test water samples and stuff like that. You know, he loved his job, but he ended up getting laid off, and he was in the process of looking for a new job, and he found one, and it seemed like it was one of those too good to be true dream jobs. So me and Zuzi are actually pretty worried that he ended up getting like his organs harvested. I shit you not, we saw this news story about a Canadian woman who got like a dream job and she woke up in a bathtub with organs missing. And like, when I think about that happening to Lee, dude, I get so scared. Because he literally just vanished off the face of the earth. And there's only ever been one viewer that we've all really cared about that has done that, and it was Gruff. Yeah, we don't know where Gruff went, and we don't know where Lee went. Gamer Fam too. Yeah, damn straight. Yeah. Gamer Fam's another one. She's been around for a while. Yeah, there's too many, honestly, as the guy, right? Like as the guy that people come here to watch. It's very hard for me to remember everybody's name, but you can always kind of see when there's certain people where when they show up, my face lights up and I'm like, it's one of the OGs, you know? Like Brian Griffin's another. There's so many. There's so many people who are just like good energy people, where it's like you just see them and it's like, hell yeah, the crew's here. Yeah, we're literally worried that Lee got his organs harvested. We haven't heard of him. I tried to Google his name, like nothing, right? No Canadian man found with his organs gone. None of that. I like to believe he's just fine out there. But in this world, in Lucifer's domain, I typically assume the worst, you know? All right, let's head back home. Yeah, we're good. We have enough dirt now for our entire garden, I think. We have 6 stacks of dirt. Heavy temporal storm is approaching. Yeah, the particles will just leave down here at 50. Oh my god. No! Look at this. There's always dry lightning here. Why? I tell ya, living in a place like this, I 100% have to fireproof my garden and everything. If I don't, dude, like, we'll be screwed. We will straight up be screwed. That lightning just crashed down and started a fire. There's no rain. Well, we're not getting rain here for another 1.08 days. But we are planning to get rain here, it looks like. All right, it's still going. It's not done yet. I could try to start setting up the garden. But we have to figure out like the layout for all of it. It hasn't been easy. This is a very complex area, right? And we're definitely going to want a fireproof border around it. Definitely. This place is way too volatile in terms of forest fires and shit of that nature. So, I could have a path that goes down here. I was gonna harvest all this peat and get it out of the way, but there is a lot here. But the best way to do a lot of work in a short amount of time is to have the tin bronze tools required to do it, right? You plan to stick around for a long while? I hope so, Chris. I hope so, buddy. You fucking showed up and made a multiplayer server. You showed that you really want to be here. That you like being here. And I'm very grateful for it, man. Very everyone who plays on that server is too. You were definitely like a trendsetter around here. You brought people together. Okay. Let's... I'll have to fill that in with something, but we'll do it later. How should I go about this? If I get rid of all this stuff, then I could theoretically put my garden here, but my inventory is stuffed full. Like, I'm really not liking that random ass lightning. Anyway, that'll be done soon. I'll leave the charcoal in there. Yeah, if I get all this stone shit out of the way, we can put our garden right here. I could have done this with my bare hands, but I kind of knew that it would take too long. right? Bro, I'm hating those lightning strikes, dude. I'm worried about my goats. I literally have goats surrounded in grass and a wooden fence. Like, you know? Marginally sus. God forbid a forest fire starts right before the temporal storm and then I'm in a position where I have to risk my life to try to stop it. That ruined ladder is fucking strong. 30 people in the server now? Damn straight, dude. Damn straight. Those are not small numbers at all. Having built my community up over the past 2 years, I know the tremendous difference between having 4 people and having 30. It's night and day. It's staggering, actually. This time last year, I was playing Grounded for like an audience of 6 people. It was insane, you know? So I appreciate the numbers. All right, it's almost done. I don't know, I think I might be able to remove the charcoal, but I'm gonna wanna stand here and watch this until it's ready to pour, because I might need to add another charcoal. I doubt it, but I might. Let's go try to destroy some more of these, and in about 30 seconds, we'll head back there. All right. 3,500 units of tin bronze. Is that gonna finish? It has to, right? You know, I can't risk it. I'm just gonna go ahead and add one more piece of charcoal to make absolutely certain. Because if that ended up like fully cooling, right, we'd just be screwing ourselves out. Like screwing ourselves over out of so much tin bronze. By the way, guys, I found out a way that you can actually keep on pouring, like keep holding right click while you're doing the, like, you know, while you're filling up ingot molds. I found a way to hold right click. It's not perfect, but there is a way that you can do it. Basically, you can't fill one ingot mold after the other on the same tile, but you can switch tiles to like a different block, and that does work. So for example, what do I mean by that? I can't fill this one and then fill the one to the right because they're on the same tile, but I can hold right click and go to the left. At least I used to be able to. The one time I go to show you guys and it doesn't happen the same. Yeah, see, now it's working. I'm not really letting go of right click. I'm just sort of holding it. Have you guys ever seen this much tin bronze processing all at once? 3,500 tin bronze. Absolute insanity. I don't even have any bear armor yet, dude. Like, I might literally have to craft myself some wood lamellar armor, which I don't want to do. But, I mean, desperate times. Yeah, there we go. We have all of it. That's insane, dude. All right, I think I know what I'm gonna do for the layout of our garden and stuff. I do have an idea now. I don't think I need to move this stuff. I probably still will, because it's kind of an eyesore on the terrain, on the landscape, but... Hello, Godfinger. You woke up to this? Right on, buddy. Right on. Well, I'm really glad to meet you, and I appreciate the compliment to my voice. It was, you know, it was always one of my marketable characteristics. I'm glad that I found a place, like a space, a venue where I can get the most out of it. All right, we got 3 hours left before the Temporal Storm is slated to hit. And I actually managed to get my hands on quite a lot of cobblestone here. God, there's literally just a never-ending lightning storm here. It's concerning. Lime. I just found lime. Interesting. All right. Let's get out of here. We'll fill this all in with dirt later. Kind of conceal the site of the ruins. 2 hours, 43 minutes remain. All right, so what I'm thinking of doing is we're gonna have the bees right here, and then the 3 crop plots are gonna go that way. Oh my God, a forest fire. No, man. Holy fuck, this is such a bad place. Like, what is wrong with this place, dude? Oh my God, I'm on fire. Get to the water. Get to the water. Holy shit, dude, this is insane. Oh, that is so fucked. Fucking forest fires and shit. Unreal, man. Unreal. I have 2 hours to try and dial this back. I'm trying to get it under control. I have to do it from multiple directions though, which is the problem. Okay. Did we get it? All right, this experience has taught me that I really need to fireproof the goat enclosure. Like, this is fucked. Yeah, I can't, I have to make sure there's fireproofing before I build the garden and stuff. So we're gonna fireproof the goat zone right now. It shouldn't be too hard to do. It must be done. Like, it flat out must be done. However, the shitty part is I don't think I can actually fireproof this place before the Temporal Storm hits. I'll try. I would love it if I could, you know? I might be able to pull it off. We'll see. Shit. Let's get rid of the red top grass. Gonna need to make a new shovel. I have an hour. Oh god, I have 1 hour. Okay, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, come out, come out. All right, that might do. I'm gonna have to fill it in. This is only temporary. We're gonna be filling it in with gravel later, but this is just the easiest way for now, because grass can't grow on these blocks, but I'm really running out of time. I can eat later. Oh god, I have half an hour. Well, I can't believe it, but I actually did manage to fireproof the fucking thing. I totally did. Yeah, there's a 2-block gap between the entirety of it. So we should be all right. Who knows, maybe we'll come out after the Temporal Storm and we'll see a whole bunch of fucking fire damage everywhere except where the goats are. Anyway, let's close the doors, turn on our spawn proofing thing. If there are any weak points here, I need to be able to see them like right away. I don't see any. Okay. The base should be okay, technically. Anyway, I can actually start making some pathing blocks right now. I hope we're all right in here. Anyway, oh, that's sus. I didn't leave the gate open. We're good. So I have 20 ingots. I have an anvil, 20 ingots, and a whole bunch of tools made, including a Falk's blade. We did good, buddy. We did really good. I'm gonna need to get more dirt to make more path blocks. We're gonna need those soon. Let's deposit these. All right, we now have a Falk's blade. There's our anvil. Got it. I can make a furnace right now. Or like a forge. They're standing directly on top of me, on top of the house. It's marginally sus, buddy. Anyway, I'm gonna try to make some tools with the time that we have to ourselves in here. Heat that up. I do have another basket over here. Let's put the medium fertility in there. And then I have room to deposit these. Alright, we gotta eat, and I should heal up. I took a lot of damage with the fire. Alright, let's grab our hammer and the tongs, and let's get to work. I'll start by making a set of shears. You need your shears. Holy shit! Oh my god. Okay, worst nightmare. I really hope that another one doesn't spawn in here, because look at the damage that one just did. Jesus, oh my god. That one didn't hit our armor, I don't think. That's why he did so much damage. I think he did as much damage as a bear does. 18 damage. Literally did 18 damage to us. Those nightmare Botorns, they deal the same damage as a bear. Oh my god, that was... yeah, I don't want that happening anymore. I might want to close myself in here so I can do my smithing work in relative safety. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna put that light source there, and we're gonna close ourselves in here. Make sure that doesn't happen again. That was insane. Okay, let's get to work. Let's make a little bridge across there. All right, we've successfully made our shears. And I'm gonna open up the Napster setting. Napster GUI, and I'm just gonna disable it for smithing. I don't like using it for smithing because it seems a little too overpowered, right? Anyway, inventory is looking pretty fucking ragged at the moment. Let's deposit that and the arrows, and then head back in, where we can expect relative safety. All right, the Temporal Storm seems to be waning. Let's make our tin bronze saw blade. We need it. Okay, now let's trim the fat. This saw is the bread and butter of our progression. We're gonna be able to make a bucket out of the planks, which is going to allow me to create elevators into mine shafts instead of digging down. Well, we'll still dig down, but much safer. And it's gonna allow me to make better storage chests. Now, I am gonna make a tin bronze spear to go with our copper one. So we have shears, a saw blade, a spear, and I think I might make a scythe for the final tool. Anyway, today's the 5th. I'm gonna try to get my garden done today. You know what? Our storage situation is a little bit rough, and I could benefit from more storage space. So I think I'll make nails out of this last one here. Yeah, we can make 4 nails, and that gets us a good amount of storage. Always need shears. And holy shit, yeah, buddy. It's crazy. I like the fact that the bowthorns are kind of exempt to the light radius spawn protection thing. They're a wild card, right? They're not so bad once you have armor, but until you get armor, they're just as dangerous as a bear, except there is a workaround for them. If you're in a base that's only 2 blocks tall, then they can't walk around. They get stuck in the ceiling. So that's, you know, that's why my starter base usually has the 2-block tall ceiling. It really helps against those surprise bowthorn encounters. All right, let's finish making these nails and then we'll eat. Yeah, it's actually a glitch. It's the Weather the Storm mod. For some reason, the mod creator, he couldn't figure out a way to get the bowthorns to stop spawning. So they're just like a permanent danger. But at least it's bowthorns and not nightmare drifters, right? Could be worse. All right, we have everything made from the first batch of tools. Let's deposit the hammer. And the shears. I need more storage space stat, so I'm really glad that we're getting it now. For now, let's put these tool heads in here so I have a little bit of room to work. And then I'm gonna craft the saw. Shit. I need my tongs. Okay. There we go. There we go. And then I'll combine these into the large trunks. I could just forego that, honestly, because if I leave them like this, then I can actually pick them up and move them around. But if I turn them into trunks, then I can't. So I might just leave them like that. Either way, this will give us more space. All right, fuck it. Let's just combine them. It makes it so much easier, right? Apparently there's a way that you can change it so that you can pick those up. I just don't know what that way is. I haven't figured it out yet. Okay. Let's start tidying up a little. I need those bandages now. Hey, Zuzi. We found out the problem. It was a mod, the Farseer mod. I had the render distance of the Farseer mod maxed out, slowing everything down. Yeah, it was Encino who helped us figure it out. We've been joking that, like, John Cena. You know, Encino. Yeah, it's been a real feel-good time. An Encino brat? I don't know. I don't know what an Encino brat is.
It's in Cobra Kai, where they...
Oh, the rich place in Cobra Kai. Okay. I see. Yeah, he's from Van Nuys. No, I don't know what that is. No, we know. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we have a lot more storage space to go around now. We have really useful tools to expedite our progression at this point. So we're gonna start by getting a shitload of sticks. I might want to go over here and like cut down an oak tree, something like that. We're gonna bring our axe head and the spear head. Oh yeah, don't I need to make new porridge? I think so. I don't have any more mushrooms, so I'll have to use like berries with the porridge. Thank you. Is there a coffee on the way too? No, what? Oh, baby, but I've only had one coffee today. No, I went outside. I got sunlight. I'll sleep better because of that. Oh, come on, baby. Let's have one more coffee. I always have a second coffee. I lost track of time. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the coffee. No, because the other night when I took care of you and you had the flu, I was up all night and I didn't even have a coffee that day. You know there's no correlation there. It's verifiable.
verifiable. Well, you better drink that cup down fast then, because I have no cups to measure the amount.
What about your green one? Okay, then I'll drink it fast.
Unless, well,
No, 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 no. No, no. No, no. I am very greedy. Alright, let's get back home and let's make some porridge. I'll probably just cook 2 batches at once. We can make a blueberry porridge and cranberry porridge, and I can just eat these currants and this shit right now. Where's my house? And while I'm here, let's grab those sticks. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, when you go from using your bare hands to get sticks to using shears, there's nothing quite like it. Extraordinary upgrade. Oh, that's still hot. Okay, I can't craft with that yet. With the spearhead. Let's deposit the shears for now, and let's start cooking. In fact, I think I'm just gonna make 2 campfires over there. Because then I can cook them like at the same time, instead of waiting for one and then waiting for the other. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're making 12 servings of porridge. Hey, Zuzi. Chris says hello. Zuzi says hello back. She says, take it back, I don't want it. No, I'm joking, she didn't say it. Okay. It is very satisfying to hear, like, both of these cooking. That's like an ASMR. It's an ASMR. I know it's an addiction. Alright, can I make that spear yet? Looks like it. Make the shovel. Pro pick. Pickaxe. And we'll deposit these for now until it's time to go mining. A sad day. A red day. Okay. Come on, porridge. We'll eat this kind first. Store that in the cellar. And let's go. We need to find an oak tree. We gotta cut that fucker down. Yeah, we need a big tree. And I might actually want to grab my bee skeps. But that would require having a lot of open inventory space. We will grab the skeps very soon. Okay, so we're gonna lay out paths around these pens. We're gonna need more dirt for filling this in. So we're gonna go across the water, we're gonna cut down a few oaks, get a shitload of sticks, and dig up a bunch of dirt. We just got to be careful when we go pay a visit to those bees. We don't want to damage that tree that they're hanging off of. Any other tree is fine. Unfortunately, I think that the bees are taking up residence in a massive oak tree, but it does look like I can see another one up there on the cliff that we could get. Sticks, wood, and all. I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop on this flue that Zuzi had. I'm waiting to catch it myself. So far, still nothing.
I thought you said you...
It was. It was, and for some reason it feels mitigated now. It's Nazda's healing powers.
Oh, fuck off.
But it's the cat. She's one of those Sphinx Pharaoh cats. Where like she was a queen in ancient Egypt and now she's a cat. Did ancient Egypt even have queens? Yeah. Cleopatra was just like someone's side piece though, I thought. What do you call a beautiful rock type Pokemon? Geopatra. Because like Geodude, that was pretty bad. All right, let's be quick about this here. We're gonna get a shitload of sticks for our wattle fencing. We need wattle fences for our gardens and stuff. That's step one. Of course, after that step one, we are going to be switching to the greenhouse build. But we're gonna have paths all the way around our garden, just the same. It'll fireproof it. It'll allow me to walk around it faster, you know? And we'll try to make it nice and clean, nice and neat. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. You get that first pair of shears, you really feel like you're cooking with gas. I wonder if you could power a grill with a fart. I mean, it's gas. And apparently it's flammable gas. When you think about it, right? Like, you can light a fart on fire. So, like, why the fuck couldn't you cook with a fart? Forgive me for asking the really serious questions around here, right? Someone's got to. Can you power a propane grill with enough farts? Like a dense enough concentration of ass gas? I think science should look into that. Cleopatra, queen of the problematic part of Egypt. She was never satisfied. Methane? I don't do drugs, buddy. Joking. Yeah, I think that people should have little bottles that they keep next to them that they fart into. And then you can use that whenever you need to grill some food, right? And then it's like you have a propane source that never runs out.
Oh my god.
What?
Stop.
What, a fart barbecue?
Disgusting.
We can even call it a farticue.
Like, why do you think people smoke? Like, they add smoke to things because
Fart pork.
the flavor, like the flavor gets changed.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, you have the grossest.
Well, instead of Wagyu beef, you just remarket it as Wag poo beef. Right? What? I'm a revolutionary.
I am unimpressed.
I am unimpressed. Oh man, I tried, guys. I tried. All right, we have a shitload of sticks now. God, nearly 300, and we have a whole bunch of oak wood too. I might do that again, but I don't know. I don't really have the inventory space to do it again, so we'll pass. Let's eat. I'm really happy to see all these 20 oak seeds, dude. Yeah, that's why I can't bring myself to use the one stick mod, because it basically makes shears useless, right? To the point where all you need to do is cut down the tree with an axe and you're getting just as many seeds and sticks as you would have gotten with the shears. Give me an hour and I'll be the scientist. Right on, Encino. I'm so glad that we figured out that Farseer glitch, man. That was such a clutch suggestion. Get the red phone, Tom. Yeah. Encino, you are needed. Wherever injustice occurs, wherever people are lost without a voice, he will appear. His name is Encino. All right, let's build our farm enclosures. I still need dirt. I never got dirt. However, we're building gardens. So I'm actually gonna wanna swap out the regular dirt here with garden dirt. We'll plant these trees very shortly. Let's deposit some of those sticks, and yeah, we gotta save a little bit of space. We'll mark out the dimensions of each plot, and then we'll get started on shifting all the soil. Let's deposit unnecessary tools so we have room to work. It's weird. Where's my bronze spear? I have a bronze spear, right? I might have put it in the chest on my back. I completely forgot I even had that chest on my back. We could have used it. There it is. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Let's grab the extra dirt and put it in here. We got a lot of work that needs doing. Okay. Mount that on our back. Grab our sticks. And let's get to work. I might want this bronze shovel too. All right, we're gonna increase the size of their pen, just not yet. So, looking for a 12 by 12 space, which I think requires 14 by 14 here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I think so. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that's appropriate. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, right there. Let's grab this peat, get it out of the way. Okay. Let's get these out of the way. We're honestly making really good time, considering, you know? So that's the dimensions of another crop plot. Do I want them all laid out side by side? I might actually want a gap. Like a 2-block gap right here. We won't share the wall right there. So we'll put that here, and then we'll have a little road that goes down from here. Yeah, and then there's gonna be a fork in the road that leads to everything. Okay, we've eaten. All right, so that's where the bees are gonna go. I could theoretically make the bee area smaller, but for now, let's connect these. I could make the bee area way smaller than that, really. Then we could have the path coming down here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could just do that. And then 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. We can go way smaller on that. We'll line these up centrally, right there. I might be able to make do with dimensions such as this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want 7 wide. Then we'll have a central gate. 2, 3. All right, so we got a tiny little pen for the goats here. We're gonna have to fireproof it with paths, but that'll be easy. Now. And this is a central gate leading into there. I could honestly shrink that by 1 more row and we'd be just fine. And it would improve the aesthetics of the B area. Yeah, we'll have gates, like paths that lead up to there. I don't know if I'm... Like, I don't really know how exactly I want this done, but we're getting started. We're getting a start. I am going to want to greenhouse the B area, but it doesn't need to be the same size as the gardens. That's why I kind of want it to be smaller. We can afford to have a more compact B zone. It could be really compact. Honestly, like, it doesn't have to be that wide or that big or anything. I might want to bring the skeps over here. So you know what? We're going to pivot. I'm going to get the bees all set up and then I can focus on the garden. I just want to have the garden planted by July and we're ahead of schedule. We still have like 4 days, so... Let's deposit the wood. Equip those. Ditch the shovel. And the sticks for now, until we require them. I'll go plant these tree seeds to get them out of my inventory. All right, those are empty, so we need to start using them. I'll put the oak in there for now. Equip the sword. Discard the wattle fence. We have our food. I don't need the flint necessarily. We will want to get more dirt, maybe, but not much. Not enough to justify bringing that. Leave the torches behind, plant the seeds, and we are good. After we've planted these seeds, we are gonna head out there, and we're gonna grab our skeps. It's gonna take 2 trips, but we'll get it done. Yeah, we're gonna have a fucking forest at our back, like outside our back door, you know? Well, front door. I don't know. I don't know which door is which, but we'll get there. Yeah, we're gonna build a dope ass base. We're gonna have a lot of trees, just chilling. All right. Now, let's go get some of our skeps. No need to be skeptical, boys. We're gonna get our skeps. Everything will be fine. Let's put that on the ground. And then I can deposit all those. All right, we have our food. We have everything. I'm gonna need to take the skeps by hand though. We have to put them in our bag slots. We can't really just carry them. I wish we could, but we can't. But we'll get them over there. I'm just glad that all the skeps actually filled up this time. All right, let's turn on that mini-map. I mean, now that we know the map isn't the problem. What is that? Is that a boar? Yeah, it looks like it. We're gonna want to kill it. I need to watch out, though. There might be wolves around. And I'm still in primitive armor, so... Very nice. Oh yeah, right. I have like no inventory. Okay, hang on. We'll drop that chest right there for now. Store the oil lamp, the shovel, and the axe in there. Grab all that. And I'll store the spear. Okay. Now let's pick this up, put it on our back, and head to where the bees are. Right here. Of course, after I get this boar. I don't like the look of that wolf over there, man. But, I mean, as long as he doesn't bother us while we're doing our thing. Maybe I should try to take them out before I start. Holy shit. Okay, that's one down. I have bandages, I'm gonna use them. Can't really take the bush meat. I kind of want it to spoil it, but... What I can do is I can take that and put it in the offhand. And then I can store... I guess... the knife? No, I need the... I'll store the cooking pot because it's empty. And then we'll pick that up. Put it back in our back. Grab the bowl. Harvest. Oh, I can't? Right. Offhand. Grab that. Take the bones. Heal up. I'll leave that one alone. Maybe? I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, it's running away. All right, let's go. I have 4 full skeps. We're gonna take those back to base. We got some good hunting done while we were here. I have 6 medium hides and 3 fat, which I think I'll just oil these now. We need pelts anyway. I haven't heard from Saturn in a long time, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't come around. Let's heal up while we're swimming. Man, I want to build a bridge across this water. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can actually shrink this and then move the gate over, but we're gonna worry about that after. So control 1. If the gate's gonna be, what, like right here? I don't know. Let's just put them down for now. We'll worry about it later. Yeah, we gotta get all the skeps. It's one more trip in order to be done. We have to do one more load. And then we'll have all of our populated skeps. And then we have to grab our refined clay products. And then we can start actually setting up the beekeeping area. I'm gonna take these and eat them on the way. Honestly, the wisest thing would probably be if I like crafted a raft. I keep on going across here just swimming, right? Don't even have to. But we're gonna be able to make 4 servings of hefty red meat stew when we get home. That's gonna help us out a ton. Okay, we're just about there. Grab the last 4 skeps, get them back to base. If things go well, we should have our garden planted by the 8th of June. Holy shit. Oh my god. And now you run. Okay, got him. Nice. Okay, let's oil these. Then I can take the fat, grab the bones. There it is. Okay, we have all 8 skeps. Bringing them all to base. We got a lot of hunting done today. I have 8 oiled pelts. Yeah. Oh, wow. Fancy cake. That looks good. Wonderful. Thank you. Is the coffee ready? I drank my tea. Alright, let's keep heading home. Once we get these bees over there, I'll finally be able to equip my animal hide bags again, have full access to my own inventory. Oh, this swim takes a while. We're about to be hungry any second, but that's fine. We have blueberry porridge ready at the house, technically. We just have to go get it, but we will have to hear our harmonica, sad harmonica noises for a little bit. Okay. We're not gonna bother sleeping. We can continue with the base work without it. Thank you, sweetie. All right, that should do. Let's get that bag off of our back. Inventory's opened up again. Grab our torches, light the fire. And let's replace all these so they don't burn out. Oh yeah, shit, my animals. I have to make sure that they have an oil lamp near them, otherwise they might despawn. I think. Alright, we're good. Let's put that there, put this one here, and they should be fine, covered. And I need to start mapping this out. We don't have any flowers yet, but there's plenty in the surrounding area. Let's grab the wattle fences. And I'll go grab those ceramic hives. Now, we are going to be exchanging our ceramic hives for the brown ones. But we've done that before. Yeah, it just makes it so that we have a consistent aesthetic to everything. Alright, this one glitched out, so this honeypot never finished, but we'll just, you know, delete all that stuff and pretend like it did. Okay. Alright, I could lay them out like this, and then I'll be able to grab all of them from one place. Or I could do it wide, kind of like the same dimensions as this one. That is a possibility. Let's grab these fences. Alright. 1, 2, 3 blocks deep. Let's try to narrow that down right here. And then Unequip that. And then I can at least move these one at a time. Yeah, we can have a way smaller enclosure for the bees than I first thought. Let's go get some more food. Okay. Equip that. Let's eat some meat stew and head back out there and get this work done. We're about to have our bees fully operational, up and running. Okay, and then we're gonna shrink that. This should work well, honestly. And then there's a 1 block gap. That's perfect. That's literally perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of these. And I'm gonna give myself the blue ceramic hives because they match the dark brown of everything else that we craft. So, GMC. All right. Okay. And then we're gonna have to go delete all the honey pots that we made, the red ones, because we're gonna be using these blue ones. However, we're also gonna have to chisel like tables for them. You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll chisel those tables real quick. I didn't save the design, unfortunately. I should have, but I didn't save the design for my chiseled table. But it is what it is. We'll just try to fix it. Oh yeah, shit. GMS. Gotta go to survival mode. I wasted a few fences, but it's alright. We're gonna make these 4 blocks deep. And I'm gonna have to narrow the dimensions here. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of this little box right there. I like that though. I like the L shape to it, right? I'm sure some of you guys are liking the look of that too. We gotta move this fence line back. Yeah, I don't want to just have like boxes in a straight line like we had last time, you know? We can do better than that. Anyway, the sooner I make the chisel and get started, the sooner we can set the bees up. So let's go forge a chisel. And a pantograph. Heat that stuff up. Yeah, we need a pantograph, we need a chisel. I really wish that I had saved the design of my bee tables. I just didn't really think of it. We have plenty of oak wood though. We're gonna be making it out of oak slabs. Let's grab the saw, some of our oak, make a bunch of planks out of it. And we'll start with 32 oak planks. Grab the tongs and the hammer. All right, tin bronze chisel. Now we need a pantograph. And then I think we have to combine the pantograph with the chisel in order to get QP's chisel. And then we're gonna wanna craft another chisel on top of that. There we go. All right, now I need to open up a previous stream. I need to take a look at the B table. It does suck. I could have simply saved it to my portfolio. I didn't think about it before I deleted the previous playthrough. But that's all right. It is what it is, buddy. It doesn't have to matter too much. We'll take a look at the previous design and we will replicate it. The hard part is finding a time when I'm looking at the bees. It would be easier, but YouTube literally generates these thumbnail images very slowly. As you can see, they're at like 10p. when you're scrolling through here, it's the lowest resolution thing ever. I must have harvested my bees once this episode. But I don't know, I haven't found them. All right, let's open up a different episode and take a look. Isn't it crazy how like there's 1080p, but then now there's like YouTube Premium 1080p? It's like different. Like you don't get the same quality unless you pay. Isn't that fucked? That's so weird. I mean, well, it's just, it only seems weird because like they changed their business model very late in the game. You know what I mean? "20 years later, they just change everything about the service, make it worse in every objective way." Oh, precise seeking. Okay, that's useful. I might be able to use that to find my bees. God, and all this could have been saved effort if I had just remembered to save it. And they expect everyone to be okay with it. Yeah, that's the craziest part. YouTube's on drugs, dude. I work for them and I hate my employer. I really do. I don't feel privileged at all to have like a boss like that. A boss where they're just firing you for no reason. Out of nowhere, right? You have people getting their entire channels fucking like yeeted and deleted out of nowhere just because AI sneezed the wrong way, right? Like it's fucked, dude. That's so fucked. God forbid they hire actual people to talk to their creators. They never do, right? It's always some automated response. I just have no respect for my employer. I feel like it's very psychopathic, the way that they treat creators. But at least you guys have the comfort of knowing they don't value their creators any more than they value their viewers. In the end, we're all just like sort of a means to YouTube's end. You know what I mean? Anyway, I finally have a good image right here of my tables. Look at this. They're trying to say this is 1440p. It's all blurry and shit. Just because I don't have premium, I can't watch my own shit in actual 1440p. Instead, I get this low res garbage. Isn't that like just insane? Honestly, right? Anyway, now that we have an image, we can get to work. Start putting it all together. I'm gonna go cool this shit down. I might actually want to make a bucket. And for the first time ever, I'm gonna be using a rope to craft a bucket, which I didn't even know I could do. I was always using the... Yeah, I was always using the fucking, the flax twine, you know? We're gonna take some water to base. All right, now, I will want to repurpose probably some of these flowers. We don't need many, but let's start chiseling that table into form. I'll try to get this table done as fast as I can. We have a very good image of our existing table to work with, but chiseling is a slow task. It can take some time. No, I don't think I ever actually saved the design, so it wouldn't be in my recycle bin. Okay, so that's a start. I'm gonna have to get low beneath the table. This will make it easier to do this part. I could use a hand planer. Probably should have made one, but... Yeah, hand planer definitely would have saved me some time here. Yeah, it's coming together. And if we do it for one table, then we'll have it done for all of them. We can use the pantograph to copy and paste afterward. Okay, last leg. Okay, now, we're looking for the dead center of the table. I think it's like right here. Put that down. I think that's the middle, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, gotta put it over here. Now it should be 6 and 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Let's eat. All right, by the time we get hungry again, we should be done with this table. Okay, that is dead center. So now the easy part. Well, kind of the easy part. Not exactly, but I'm gonna need some light in the offhand. Oh, but I need the fucking hammer in the offhand. Okay. Then that means we're just gonna place that right there for light. Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. All right. I might want to lower that down now. No, one more. Yeah, I'm gonna craft a planer in my next batch of tools that I make, because it would have helped so much. I'll make like the quarry mod chisel wedge for making ashlar blocks probably. And I'll also make the hand planer. And I'll make sure to save this to my portfolio too. Because we always know there's another Vintage Story playthrough in the works eventually. Okay. Now for the legs over here. All right, that'll do. Now we copy that. And then, how do I do the portfolio? Control P. So this is B stand. Save shape. We now have the B stand saved permanently. Let's take this over. And, oh, look at that. Our goats are all grown up. We have 2 fully grown females and a fully grown male. Nice, buddy. It's happening. Everything's coming together. Now, we'll have to do these like one at a time. And I could change the grain pattern on here, if I'm so inclined. I might want to space these out a little more. Make it easier to grab all of them, right? Nice. Okay, so I can just break that and then it all falls down. Yeah, I think that'll do. All right, let's start putting these in there, I suppose. Let's use the texture flipper real quick. Yeah, it's better. I don't think I can get the same result on all of them, but we'll get as close as we can. All right, now we got to start putting the hives in there. I have to deposit a few things though. Having the bees done means we can shift our focus to the garden. All right, now we need flowers in here. And then we can get rid of this. Yeah, I like the L shape. It's all right, you know? It's a decent little clean build. And I can grab all the bees, all the honey pots from one place. So let's start grabbing some flowers from here. All right, they don't have that many flowers, granted, but I think that's fine, honestly. It's nice, small, clean, easy, right? I could theoretically add more flowers, like expand each side by one more row. I don't know if I really want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They wouldn't be the same dimensions if I do that, which might be fine. I mean, eventually we're going to be converting that into a greenhouse anyway. But you know what? Yeah, we're good. This'll do just fine. If we feel like they're not producing fast enough, then we'll put more flowers down around them. In fact, honestly, I could just put flowers on the outside. Although they wouldn't be fireproofed. But for now, we'll just do that. Let's eat. Alright, I don't know how long they're going to be scouting for flowers for, but there are other layouts that I might want to try. For now, though, we're just not going to worry about it. Because I feel like as long as I can just walk in and grab all the honey pots from one place, that's ideal, right? Let's equip these back. Alright. We're gonna start laying down the pathing, because fireproofing matters most at this stage, I would say. Truly does. I made a bunch. Grab that. And if all goes well, we should have the garden done by the 8th. Done and planted, as I said, right? Let's finish off the stone shovel before we use the tin bronze one. I'm gonna need to go get my food. I don't really have it right now. I must have deposited it into that chest. Okay. We get them fireproof and I'll feel a lot better about the whole setup. Grab our food. Eat. Continue working. We'll clean up a bunch of this rammed earth down here too, replace it with soil. We just don't exactly have the dirt for that right now. You know what? I'll make sure that the paths remain in front of it, where we're gonna approach it from, but I don't want to put paths around the back. We'll use rammed earth for that. All right, and then rammed earth this way. It does look rather unsightly, unfortunately. I wonder about stone fences. Can fire spread through a stone fence? I'd imagine it can, right? Well, in our last playthrough, what we did was we actually used the pathing tool and we made a whole bunch of path dirt. And it helped. It helped a lot, really. But grass can't grow on path dirt, so it was like a mixed situation. It was kind of good and kind of bad. You know what I'll do? Instead of using rammed earth, we're gonna use packed dirt because it has a more like earthy color tone. It won't stand out nearly as much. And we'll keep working through the night. Let's start by making some packed dirt. Yeah, that's gonna, it's better. It still looks kind of funky, but it is better. Because it has that more natural, like, earthy tone, you know? And it stops the spread of fires just the same. Now, we're gonna get a lot of dirt when we create our farm, because I'll be picking up medium fertility soil and putting down... No, I'll be picking up low fertility and picking up medium fertility. Yeah. Wait, picking up low, putting down medium. It's the Alzheimer's, just ignore it. So we don't need that rammed earth. We do need some medium fertility soil, and we have to start mapping out where our crop plots are gonna be, but that... You motherfucker. That's gonna require more fences. Acting a fool up in here. All right. Let's deposit our tools. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of these flowers, I think. And if we need more space, like more flowers, we'll just we'll extend it this way toward the back. I need some light. I need, oh yeah, where's my lantern? Oh yeah, I used it to build the table, right? Yeah, grab it. We gotta leave that dirt there, actually. All right, let's ask the game. When will it stop raining? In 2 days. Perfect. Okay. Hell yeah, that's our first plot done. I think we'll double door slash double gate right here. Oh shit. All right. I need to make some more wattle fence gates. Your bees will produce comb in 2 days. Nearby flowers, 35. It's 35 flowers for every single one. And we could probably increase that if we wanted by just building back a bit. All right, now I think we're gonna have, I might have a little gap, like a road that goes that way. I'm not sure. Do I want to have all of these together? Not really, right? I want to have a path for getting to the other side effortlessly. And then we'll build the other 2 crop plots on the other side of this road. Or, theoretically, what would be requisite for me to accomplish both? Like, what if I built the other farms this way? Well, there'd be a little terrain complication here, but that's very easily mitigated, honestly. Because if I have the garden plots together, they can share walls, which means I need less glass for the greenhouse. The person who discovered milk was definitely a pervert, dude. Fucking the cow in the barn, like, yeah, that's fucked up. Oh, Encino just made a good point. The guy who discovered milk must have been a pervert. I don't know. What else was he doing? Like, oh, I'm gonna yank this thing. I guess, you know what? The guy who discovered milk probably just saw the baby drinking from it and went, that looks good. Yeah. Which doesn't sound much better, but... Yeah, that's a self-report, isn't it? Yeah. I haven't tried it. Put that down. We're gonna need more fences soon. Let's just cover that up. We don't need that. Holy shit. Wow. Narrow little hole right here. Okay. Yeah, we gotta seal that up. There. All right, let's make more fences. Okay, there we go. Deposit the andesite stone. We need more medium fertility soil at this point. I don't need the oak planks. All right. Now let's fill that in with the medium fertility soil just the same. You want to know who the really fucked up people are? You know how in Mongolia they have that ritual where they strap a monkey to a table and then they like beat his head with a mallet and then eat the brains? I want to know what the fuck is wrong with Mongolians. I want to know what sort of demons have possessed their entire fucking culture to where they think that's all right. You know what I mean?
I bet you that the monkeys just stole from them a whole bunch.
Right, yeah. That's a good point. Zuzi's like, I'll bet you the monkeys just stole from them a lot. And then they, you know, that was like their revenge plot, was just like, I'm gonna fucking eat your brain. Hang on.
Apparently that's a thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, apparently Mongolians that's for you know, this
Oh yeah, right. Is it AI telling you that?
Not just AI, it's not something that they ever pick up regularly. Apparently,
You know, well, that's where the term Mongolians comes from. It translates directly from the Latin root words monkey brains. So Mongolians, monkey brains. It's the cornerstone of culture. That's why they wear the funny looking helmets, is because they're worried someone else will eat their brains. I don't know, man. Hang on here. Mongolia monkey brain dining. That's weird. I could have sworn. I don't know. I heard it on Facebook when I was younger. So really, like,
there is a like talk about it doesn't
it was probably the Mongolians who started the legend because they wanted to like scare people. Oh, well, that's obvious then. The monkey brains are in the food, and that's their secret. They just don't want to let the secret out. Like, monkey brains are like, you know what umami flavor is with MSG? Monkey brains are like, ooh, mommy, you know what I mean? It's like the next level. It's the next level. Yeah. It's that Chinaman culture. Those fucking Chinamen. Yeah, they're so poor over there in China, they have to eat their own dogs and cats and shit. Like, they tell you they killed them during COVID, but no, they were hungry. They couldn't go to the grocery store to get their deep fried rats and bats at the market. I'm joking. Okay. All right, now, do I want to have another crop plot over here? No. All right, we're gonna keep on extending it this way. Yeah, the bees are pretty much ready to start producing honeycombs. I can't help but feel like they might benefit from more flowers, but we'll worry about that later. I don't even know if I can move them, so. Okay. We got more fences pre-made. All right, let's go grab more dirt. I'm gonna need to make sure I fireproof all this just the same, you know? In fact, I think I'll do the fireproofing right now since we technically have all the dimensions for the farm laid out. Okay, now we extend the pass. All right, there we go. I'm gonna want to fill this in with decorative dirt later, like just along the edge right here. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, but it's fireproofed all the way around. The packed dirt does look pretty fucking horrible, not gonna lie, but it is what it is. Like, we're doing what we have to, right? All right. We're gonna have to swap that out with regular dirt too, where all the goats are. They're not gonna be ready to breed for another hot minute. Anyway, I could just put more flowers around it and extend the fireproof zone. Anyway, you know what we could do that I just thought of, actually? We could use flowers and put flowers on top of the packed dirt, I think. I think that might be a thing. There may be some things that we can place on top of the packed dirt to sort of like hide it. But it's serving the purpose of fireproofing our important shit, which is something we do invariably need. And I need food. Yeah, I'm gonna need more meals made. So let's grab that. I'll try to make 2 batches of meals at once if I can swing that. I should still have some cranberries. Yeah, we got some spelled grain right here. Grab 24 cranberries. 12 rye. Close that. All right, let's cook. Start pulling the arms and legs of a dude simultaneously. Yeah, well, man, like a lot of people, they underestimate the savagery, the absolute giga-chattery of Asian cultures. Like, when you really think about it, right? Look at the Japanese people in World War II. Not only were those motherfuckers suicide bombing, like, all right, fuck you, die with me, you know? But they also had Unit 730, Unit 731, which is it was a prisoner of war camp where they did unspeakable experiments against Chinese people. Like, we're talking real unspeakable. Like, this one lady, they tied her up outside for like multiple days in the winter, dead of winter, and they kept on pouring water on her arms so that they would keep on, like, they were coated in ice. And then they took her inside after a while. They put her hands in warm water, and then they literally peeled her flesh off her arms. Like, they were testing the boundaries of nerves. And one of the one of the surrender conditions for Japan was that they would turn over everything they learned in Unit 730 with their POW experiments to the United States. A lot of people don't know that. Like, honestly, man, however bad you think the Nazis were, Japanese people are just as bad. At least they were. Like, it ain't all fucking, it's not all karate and hentai over there. There's some really fucked up shit involved with the Japanese culture, and I wish more people talked about it. We have this idea that Nazi Germany is just like this one-time thing where it's like, oh my god, what a terrible thing that happened that this one country did, but that's a drop in the bucket, man. Humanity is fucked. We are screwed with a capital F, and I gotta admit, I'm kind of on board with it, just for the stories that it creates. All right, we can finally start eating now. We got plenty of porridge made. Let's go lay out more flowers. Most importantly, I want to see if I can put flowers on this. No, unfortunately it requires fertile ground, but I can just swap this out with some dirt, I guess. We are gonna need more low fertility soil. But this is gonna help the bees produce faster. Let's grab up some of this low fertility soil right here. And you know what? There's been a lot of talk lately on Asmongold's channel and Hassan's channel. You know, they've been arguing back and forth about how you can't really compare the United States government to the Iranian government because they're like executing their own people in the streets, right? But I will raise an interesting point. When you look at the economic, the food, the processed food in North America, and you look at the corporate collusion between corporations and the politicians that they lobby, right? You have the FDA, which is kind of, it's funded by the food companies, by the pharmaceutical companies, so it's like a coyote guarding the henhouse. When you think about the mass depopulation that occurs in the United States government is just as evil, they're just different about it. While the Iranian government is overtly evil, the United States government is subversively evil, right? They're kind of shadowy about it. They're like, we're gonna slowly depopulate everybody. We're gonna make worse and worse processed food ingredients and cause mass chronic disease and mental illness in everybody over a long period of time. We will reduce our numbers down and kill everybody and stimulate pharmaceutical dependence and profits. And nobody's gonna wise up to it because they'll all be too busy dealing with their debt slavery to notice what's really happening, right? It's grim, it's morbid, but it's also kind of metal. I can respect it. And meanwhile, the US has this reputation of being like world police. You know, it's funny. It's funny when you really think about it. The world's eating out of the palm of the United States hand. All right, those are copacetic. Right here. Should I extend the fence? I mean, I could just extend the fence to make room for these flowers inside the actual enclosure. But I would need to make... Yeah, I can't break these by hand. It takes too long. I would need to make another axe, so let's go do that. And it's fair. It's fair. There's nothing wrong with saying that the United States government is an inherently evil entity. The Constitution and the government are not the same thing. The Constitution was an honorable document made by freedom fighters who recognized and fought against corruption. And the United States government is corrupt. It's the very corruption that the forefathers fought against, right? corporate oversight, unregulated, unchecked, and unchallenged. It is what it is. It's not a bad thing to admit it. It's certainly not unpatriotic, because really, if you love your country a lot and you want what's best for it, then you'll be open about, like, the vile nature of some of the darker corners of the people in power, right? It's because we love America. As a North American myself, I love Canada and the United States, but I also recognize Trudeau was a fuck, he was a tyrant. The vaccine mandates were awful. A lot of states in the US were the same, firing people over their vaccine status, right? And it's okay to admit that, especially if you love your country. You should admit that. Yeah. Denial doesn't benefit anybody. If we really love our country and we want what's best for it, we have to be willing to call out the corruption as we see it. The US wants world power. The US has it. Honestly, they have it. A lot of people tend to downplay Russia too, but I think Russia is just as strong as the US. I honestly do. I think that Russia is just as powerful, with just as much to offer in terms of like military might, economic control. Except I don't think they poison their own civilians as much, so they're not shooting their army in the foot like we are. All right, let's start laying these flowers out some more. Yeah, I think the more flowers we have, the faster the bees are gonna produce, so we'll just make sure we extend this a little bit. All right. I wonder if I can move these without fucking them up. I don't know, but let's see how many flowers they're gonna have around them now. And then we have to fireproof pretty much all of that. It's still okay. 54, 28. I mean, I'm assuming these numbers are gonna update because there are a lot more flowers around them now than there were. Yeah, it's probably gonna update soon. I'd imagine most of them are gonna be like these ones with like 50, right? I don't know why this one says 28. Most likely it just hasn't updated yet, and we will give it that grace time. Allow it to kind of catch up, update itself before we jump to any conclusions. I just don't know if this is the layout I want, but I might move these more. I just don't know how I can do that. Like, oh, you can pick it up. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, we're good. I can totally move these if I want to. Anyway, they are gradually updating to say like 50 each, but we are gonna want to move these to be more centralized. How many blocks wide is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 blocks wide. We're gonna make it 11. All right. I might want a few more of those. These guys will be ready to breed soon. I just have to let the females get a little rowdy, you know? Let them build up their baby juices and whatnot. Yeah, we gotta move these bees over just a little bit, which I think we can do once my inventory is empty, but they're updating to have a lot more flowers nearby. 72, Jesus. I don't even actually have to move them. When I think about it, they're within range of all the flowers. I will still move them. But they should be producing pretty fast with all the flowers that we added. And we can move them pretty easily. I just need empty backpack slots. And I should really focus on the farms right now. I wanted to have everything planted by the 8th. It's noon of the 7th. So, you know, no time like the present. We gotta get that done. Let's grab this and put it in the cellar so it keeps well. All right. I got a cranberry bush right there. Don't want to worry about that right now. Let's grab the medium fertility soil that we need. And I'm gonna make sure I have a shitload of sticks. We can make a whole bunch of hose. A whole bunch of hose. I'm gonna grab some water. I never did make a scythe, did I? I'm gonna want one. So we're gonna make a scythe and we're gonna make a hand planer. As well as the QP's stuff. We'll just make like 4 tools. It will go a lot faster if I do this, even if it doesn't seem like it. Once I have that scythe, it'll just really simplify cutting the shit. Let's light that. Here's my hammer. We are gonna have to move around the fireproofing over there. I'll go do what I can while those things heat up. I may yet kind of alter this. We'll see. But it's looking good so far. We're about to have our first honeycomb harvest. We'll start stockpiling. I'm going to get the crops planted by like noon tomorrow at the latest. Let's start smithing. Yeah, let's make a scythe. Okay, there's our scythe. Now we need a hand planer. Yeah, this right here. And honestly, I need a new axe and shovel right now, so I might make another axe and shovel. Make a tin bronze axe head. We'll do heavy hits. Get a bunch of it done real quick. Okay, make another shovel, and then we're good for now. All right, let's go. We're gonna lay out the water. I have the 2 stacks of medium fertility soil. Right, I shouldn't really have the tongs and the hammer still. Let's go deposit those. All right. Now, let's lay out the medium fertility soil. I could use the inventory space availability. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Now we get to use our scythe and remove all the grass in a very expedited manner. We are simultaneously harvesting and destroying the grass. Something which would take much longer when using a knife. Crazy legs over there. Alright, now let's make a whole bunch of hoes. We need bitches, we need hoes, and we need dollar bills. I'm gonna make 4 hoe heads right now, and we'll make more as we go, as we need them. I'll make 3. This is gonna be the longest part, the most annoying part, is just fucking tilling the land, getting it ready. Welcome, Evo. Welcome, buddy. It's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you. I hope you're having a good day so far. I mean, I know you're at work, but like, hopefully your shift is over soon. You can get the hell out of there and go somewhere, do something you want to do. Unless your work is something you love doing. I should probably stop now. There is overthinking in the midst. Three and a half hours to go, eh? All right, well, home stretch, kind of. I know it kind of grinds on, but you'll be out of there soon. Yeah, when's your next period of time off? By rights, I could go grab the flax seeds and plant an entire flax farm now. I guess I'll do that. We can clean up our inventory a little bit, get some stuff that we don't need unloaded. Hey, thank you, Evo. Right on, buddy. In 3 days, you have a weekend, eh? Hell yeah, food on my table, brother. You know I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey, fam, how are you? Damn straight. More money for Zuzi. More wife fund.
Bro, I'm a working woman now.
All right, let's deposit the grass. I don't really need the fences right now. We'll deposit those. Same with the packed dirt and the stone paths.
I just wanted to clear up the menu for.
Okay.
So baked chicken. Streets fried.
Dope.
With
That's fine. Yeah.
try the cake.
My cake. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I like more or less like it. It's a strange palate. I'm not used to it.
It's earthy because of the hazelnuts. Like you don't want it?
No, it's okay. You can have it.
Try this part with this cream. This cream is different and it's very.
It's not my jam. It's okay, sweetie.
I know, it's okay.
Yeah. You'll love it. You'll love it.
To be honest, it's kind of mid.
It's kind of mid, she says.
But it's cake. And it's
Who made that cake? Who made the mid cake?
I'm not sure. I did not bought it or my auntie made it.
We need some fucking. We gotta bring ice cream cake to these lands. Like a nice ultra processed ice cream cake.
The ice cream cake has none of the appeal that actual cake. Ice cream cake is something that you would eat as a kid on summer, like during summer on a hot day, but it's not a birthday.
Agree to disagree. God, I always wanted ice cream cake for my birthday. It's like the only valid cake. You guys hear this? You hear what I live with?
Yeah, how dare I want to make you an actual home bake?
I'm from North America. I like the chemicals. Make me a craft dinner cake. That'd be so gross. I remember when I was a kid, there was this commercial, this hockey commercial, and it was a craft dinner commercial. These kids were basically like, they were playing street hockey, and their mom yelled out that the craft dinner was ready, but they didn't want to stop playing. So the next scene shows them all with those beer helmets, except there's like blended craft dinner in it. And I tried to do that once, and it was disgusting. It was really bad. Don't try everything you see on TV. It's like TikTok, right? It's like it's all fun and games until you actually swallow the Tide Pod, and then you're just a statistic. Blending craft dinner ended up very much the same. What's really crazy is once we get to like the Iron and the Steel Age, I think we're gonna be able to build a sailboat, and we'll be able to travel most of the way to our quest-based destinations by boat. It'll remove a lot of the tedium from travel, and we have a map now, so I don't need to worry about getting like irrevocably lost and failing to find my way back home, right? We're still gonna have and use the elk. In fact, you can even put the elk on your boat and sail with it, and then you can like dock it on land, do the land travel on the elk and the sea travel by boat. Your favorite cake is Dream Cake. It has a very light whipped cream frosting and large flakes of soft chocolate chips. That sounds pretty damn good. That sounds pretty damn good. You're from the US, Chris? Shit, buddy, you got the food standard that's even worse than Canada's. And we had purple ketchup. That's saying something. Like, I remember in Canada, the early 2000s was just this chaotic wasteland of processed food. Fucking purple ketchup. They even had green ketchup and shit. Like, they were just out of control. I wonder which country has more children drugged with psychostimulants per capita, the US or Canada? Let's see if Google's AI has anything. Okay. How many children are on psychostimulants? Wait, which country has more per capita children on psychostimulants?
My bet is on the US.
Canada or US?
Well, the US just has a higher population,
There's no AI response.
but also the US has a higher population, so you can compare the two.
It's doing a search. Historically, the United States has had a significantly higher per capita use of psychostimulants among children compared to Canada. However, recent data indicates that while the US has higher overall rates, Canadian rates have been rising rapidly and are approaching US levels in certain provinces.
Oh, that's cool.
Approximately 11% of children and adolescents are using ADHD, or like using ADHD medication. In Ontario, stimulant prescriptions for ADHD rose 157% between 2015 and 2023. That's fucked. Yeah. Just poison kids. Let's poison kids. Fuck them. Fuck those stupid children. Let's just put them on drugs. They can't sit still. They can get the fuck out of my classroom. Right? Or they can sit in it, but like drugged out of their mind. God, that's funny. That's like respectably evil. There's like Japanese scientists from Unit 731 just like, I respect that. I respect that. You had the same ketchup too? Right on, right on. My brother in gut rot. You were born in 94? I'm born in 92. I'm a 92 kid. Gotta respect your elders, Chris. It is what it is, buddy. It is fucking 2 years older. I'll never let you live it down. Alright, let's keep hoeing. Fucking Pokemon. We gotta keep hoeing region. All right, this is the second crop plot all done. We're gonna want to try to make sure that we have greenhouse technology by the time we get to roughly September or October, right? Around that area. And we still have one more of these left to do. Let's make 2 gates. All right, we have water scattered throughout the garden. Let's start hoeing. Oh, gamer fam. Yeah, been good, gamer fam. Been really, really good. Really, really good. Honestly, having the best day ever. Best playthrough ever. Do you feel old? Don't worry about it, man. The clock's ticking for all of us. You guys, can you believe that 2006 was 20 years ago? I was thinking about that yesterday, and I was just like, oh my fucking god. You know? I'm fucking 33 years old. I'm a third through my life at most. At least, actually. Like, that's an at least thing. Yeah. Oh, look at how respectful she is, eh? Hey, sir. Damn straight. That's sir to you. That's funny. Oh, man. All right, let's make 3 of these. Like a sir. A lot of you guys don't know this, but Chris, he was knighted by the queen. He used to milk her cows and churn butter for her, so hence Sir Butterman, right? It's true. Don't look into it. You'll be disappointed when you see that it's completely true, and I'm not even exaggerating. Yep. Sir Butterman the Second. Because it was passed down. Like, his dad used to churn butter for the queen, too. Straight from the teat. Crazy, man. 20 years. Like, here in my state, they're trying to start banning some preservatives. Yeah, honestly, man, we can't deny RFK. Everybody who was skeptical about RFK is looking real dumb now. I always knew he was going to do good things for the food standard because, like, he was saying all the right things, right? He was talking about excessive ADHD diagnoses. He was talking about pharmaceutical dependence, processed food, ultra processed foods being unnatural and poisoning people. Like, that's the exact. Everyone was like, oh, what's he doing in the Department of Health when he isn't even a scientist? It's like, dude, the scientists are bought and paid for. You need somebody objective to make the right calls. You need somebody who's like, who actually cares about the health, not about their own wealth. Right? Because so many people, the experts, were completely willing to forsake their principles for a pay rise, right? He's like the perfect objective party. I certainly wouldn't trust a fucking Kellogg scientist to guarantee that we're not all getting poisoned every day. He fucking flipped that food pyramid upside down, dude. That's crazy. Hasn't it been like ever since the 80s that they've been killing people with that? Or at least sickening them to stimulate pharmaceutical dependence more? Turn everybody into a cash cow for the pharmaceutical industry. And it benefited the food companies too. Because the food companies knew that if they combined like sugar and carbs with fat, that it would become hyper palatable and make people hungry with insulin spikes. So they would get people more addicted to the food, which means they would consume more of it. The food companies would get richer, right? And the pharmaceutical companies were totally okay with it because that meant that they'd have more customers too. It was a real match made in heaven type thing. Okay. We're ready. We can plant a whole bunch of crops now. And even though it's probably going to get heat damaged, I might even plant some rye. We can't be too picky this time. I'll plant all the spelt for sure. The onions, more flax, carrots. Yeah, we'll try to plant all these first, and we'll see how much farm space we have after that. Hey, you could clip that, Chris. Do you know how to clip shit? Oh yeah, we're gonna need to plant some rye and turnips for sure. Okay, that's it for all of our spelt. And we're pretty much done our first cooking pot of porridge. Yeah, I'm honestly okay with the heat damaged crops. I don't overthink it anymore. You're still gonna get like 75% of the yield. It's good enough, right? Anyway, there we go. And the rain's still going, so all those crop plots have 100% speed for the time being. I have more fences back there. I need to just grab a couple. And I wonder if I could like copy and paste the appearance of a dirt block around the fireproofed area. We'll try. It might have to be like a chiseled dirt block. We'll see. Let's deposit the seeds here. Grab the fences right there. Okay, we have the gate signifiers right there. And then let's try this out. I think I need to use QP's chisel for that. Isn't that like a draw mode thing? And what would happen if I did paste, shape, and material anyway? We're gonna want to swap out that block and grab it. Let's collect it. So it keeps the grass. Yeah, let's see what happens if I do like paste, shape, and material. We'll put a regular dirt block down right there. All right, doesn't really... Wait. Yeah, you can't do it. Okay, but what I can do, though, is I can put this down, I think, and then use QP's chisel with the draw mode. Requires a hammer in the offhand. Let's hope this works. I want a way to convert all of the packed dirt, the fireproof frame, into grass, right? I'm gonna need more porridge, so let's grab it. I'll put the cooking pot right there. Yeah, let's hope this works. It's not really letting me color it like grass. Well, I could just put the stuff there. Hang on. Like, there are ways. It's just that most of them suck. So let's go GMC. I'm gonna grab low fertility soil. The thing is, we already built it, right? It's fireproof. What we're doing now is we're just gonna make it so that it looks better. So we're gonna do a 1-for-1 conversion here. And then I'm gonna turn them all into chisel blocks so that they can't grow any grass. But this is exactly what I did in the last series, except I'm not gonna pathen it. Pathening it just was kind of a waste. Oh yeah, right. There's no range limit because I'm on creative, so I can place blocks from really far away and break them from far away to make it quicker. Those will produce soon. And then we'll move them around. Yeah, I have a rule where it's like, if I go to the effort of building something, then cosmetically changing it with the creative menu is whatever, right? Like I made 8 ceramic hives and 8 ceramic honeypots, and then with that, I swapped them to the correct color, right? Because they were like blood red initially. So now all I have to do is convert these blocks into chisel blocks, and they won't grow any grass, and they should be fireproof. I just gotta hope I don't make a mistake, because if I do, the fire will be able to spread, and it makes this all, like, pointless, right? But as long as we convert all these to chiseled blocks, they should no longer grow any grass of their own. It does look like we're missing blocks, though, whenever we run past holding right click, so I'm gonna have to double check the entire perimeter, pretty much. Yeah, like right there. Yeah, we're missing some every now and then. It's tedious, but it is what it is. At least all of our crops are planted, and the bees are producing. So, like, we're past that part of the game now. Yeah, we're just double checking every block in the row. Making sure, right? It only takes one block to have a fire spread and destroy everything. All right. Yeah, it looks like we're good. Oh, weak link right there. See that? Yeah, gotta triple check. Measure thrice, cut once. As they don't but should say. All right. /GMS. There we go. Delete that. We no longer need it. So we have the same effect. It's fireproof, but now it's gonna look a little bit better, right? Yeah, it matches. It's like a nice green match to the rest. All of our crops are growing. The bees should produce in less than a day now, right? Kind of. We're still waiting. But it looks like there's very little size differential. Still, we're gonna centralize all the bees, for sure. Let's wait until they all produce, then we'll harvest it, then we'll move them. For now, I have to try to clean this up right here. Yeah, we have to get rid of all that packed dirt and replace it with regular dirt. But I think it looks fine, our farm area. The only thing I don't like is that right there. I might move that over. Move that fence over by one, we'll see. Or I could just close the animals in a little more and lengthen their pen instead. They don't need that much space, really. Honestly, the better the pen, the better it is, because, or the smaller the pen, the better it is, because then I can kill like the generation 1 females when we have generation 2s and so on and so forth. Without having to enter the pen, I'll be able to reach them, right? So it's kind of advantageous that way. Anyway, let's, I need to get more dirt. So we'll grab this shit right here, unequip the hammer. We broke our prior shovel. We're gonna have our boathouse out here and probably our windmill and stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have our windmill and workshop down here and our boathouse. Possibly our smithy too. I'm not really sure, but we got a lot of options here. We're definitely building our house up here though. Unless I think it would be cool to dig all of this out and have like a narrow pass that it, you know, flatten the ground down there. Maybe build my windmill up here, but have the house down below built into the hill so that I can go like through the front and the back to the dock or to the farm, right? I gotta be real careful not to let these goats hit me. Because, again, I'm not wearing any bear armor, right? I haven't found any bears other than like one lone bear that attacked me earlier. And I ran away from him, so. All right, there we go. We got rid of all that rammed earth. Yeah, we're gonna move the bees around. We are gonna move them. The only shitty part is, like, I'm pretty sure if we move them, then we'll upset their current production. So we're gonna wait till we've harvested our first batch. I'm gonna double check, make sure all these have water. Yep. All in all, man, we've had a wonderful day of progress. We did a really good job. We got the bees set up. Yeah, man, we have the bees set up, we have the farm set up. Everything's looking good. I'm just gonna delete that hoe. We no longer need it. And we're probably gonna want to put a wreath of actual dirt that can grow grass around this. Yeah, I'm gonna narrow this down a little bit. Although I'm gonna have to wait until the goats are okay with it. Like, I have to wait till they're out of the way. And then it'll line up with the bees, right? That's what we want. It'll line up with the bees. The bees will be nice and neat, very clean. Everything will be up to par with our standards. All right, we just got to put down one more fence link in there and then it'll be fixed. Looks like this goat's on the move. Maybe it'll skedaddle out of there. That's right. Knows exactly what to do. I trained it well. This wild goat with 0 domestication. All right. That looks good. I like it. It's an interesting shape. It's very different than the way we did things last time, except this time we have the benefit. Oh, less than 3 days before ready to mate. This one must be close as well, within a couple of days. Right on. Right on. Yeah, looking good. Now I'm gonna do something very smart, definitely worth doing. I'm going to craft myself some structural support pillars for mining safely, more safely, right? Yeah, can't lie, man. The base is looking pretty damn good these days. It's come together. Now we just have to ride the coattails into long-term success. We'll brainstorm how we'd like our base to be. The one reason I might leave this hill and build my house on top of it, not leave it like depart from it, but leave it as in let it be and build my house up here, is because that view is beautiful, right? I don't like the look of the sand, but we planted a lot of trees over there. There's a lot of oaks, a lot of birches, and over time that's gonna get covered up by the dense trees that we're gonna put there, right? And you guys may not have noticed, but check this out. I actually have an entire cattail farm over here that I harvested all these in the early game. There's roughly like 120 cattail plants here. And I have it all sorted out in rows of 3. Yeah, it's 2 side-by-side rows of 3, so... All right. Where's the middle? They're so close together, it's kind of hard to find them. Yeah, that's weird. That was a very strange hitbox right there. I can't even tell where that one was. Maybe I planted it wrong. That's definitely a possibility, but regardless, let's try to start harvesting these. Yeah, we're getting 6 cattails per swing. All right, here it was. Yeah, I can see where it was by using the light overlay. All right. So, in total, I was able to harvest 117 cattails. Right on, eh? Judy, good morning. Good morning. It's wonderful to see you. How are you doing today? How has your mom been lately? Is she hanging in? Okay, there we go. I like it. And we're getting our first honey. They'll produce less than a day, less than a day. We'll try to get them synchronized as well as we can. Let's clean up the inventory here. I'll keep the tin bronze spear on us for sure. Yeah, because that way I can, like, I have 2 to throw, right? 2 metallic spears to throw. They'll be nice and powerful. Let's grab all these pelts that have been made. Deposit them in here. And I might want to do something with these. Use a couple of fat. Process 4 of those into oiled hides. And then I can make some clothing out of this. All right, I can make a pair of pants with the small hide. And then I can make a jacket, like the rawhide mantle with the large hides. And that's our new clothing. Yeah, we're getting rid of stuff that's really worn out, really damaged. literally like 0 condition, so we're much better off now. Nice. 4 degrees of warmth. Yeah, it's good when you can find a use for those hides, right? That's 90% spoiled. 1 serving left in there. Let's grab this cooking pot. Close that up. Eat this. All right. Yeah, this is the day's labors right in front of us right here. We did such a good job. Let's make sure that I make those structural support beams. We'll make them out of maple wood, because maple I don't much care for. I think I have to strip the bark off with a hammer first. And then I have to use a saw on it, I believe. I'm not really sure. Yeah, debarked maple log. And then I use the saw on that for structural support beams, but I can make another batch of 5 logs. Let's do that. Because they stack up to 32. And this is gonna be just like my support beams. I won't need more for a very long time. Yeah, that's gonna tide us over for a good long time. It feels nice to be ready for things now. Let's make sure that we have backup mining tools here. Yeah, I made myself a tin bronze pickaxe and a tin bronze prospecting pick to replace these other ones that we've currently got. Everything is looking great. It's, you know, it's one of those playthroughs. 2 episodes in, we're very far. We had some technical difficulties earlier with the frame rate, but things are looking good. Well, just know, Judy, we're all thinking about you, okay? You've been kind of quiet, but I hope everything's okay. Bismuth and quartz 13 blocks away, huh? I don't exactly feel safe coming into these pre-generated caves. Nope. All right, let's pick a different spot to take a look around. I pretty much have until our dinner is ready before I have to think about popping off of here, so. Bismuth, cinnabar, sphalerite, and quartz. What is that? Oh, that's a deer. Let's try to get that. Shit. I don't suppose it's gonna go aggro on us. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's find a cave that we can peek our head into. Over here. Good morning, De Facto. Good morning, buddy. We've made a lot of progress, buddy. I can't wait to show you. Right as soon as I get home. How'd you sleep today, buddy? Native copper is 22 blocks away. 19 blocks away over here. $17 right there, but there's also a cave. But I suppose as long as we're still getting closer to it... Oh god. Hang on. "24 blocks away. 15 blocks away. "19 blocks away. All right, so this isn't the way. All right, he's not getting through there, so I have a moment. 14 blocks away. Still 14 even when I go lower. And there's magnetite. Okay-ish. Oh, your son wants to play Hightail. I've heard of that. Yeah, it's another Minecraft game. It's very blocky. It looks very different from Vintage Story. I haven't really gotten the lowdown of it. Like, I don't really know what to expect from it, but I might try to watch somebody play it and see if it's something that we could bring to the channel. By the way, de facto, I was watching a Huberman video. You know who Andrew Huberman is? He's like this neuroscientist, in case you don't know, and he was talking about like what benefits sleep the most. And apparently, if like the first thing you should do when you wake up is just go outside and like look at the sky, because apparently that like locks in your circadian rhythm or something. Yeah, I tried it this morning. I've been having trouble sleeping for the past few days, so. All right, native copper 3 blocks away. This is practically surface copper. Native copper 1 block away. There it is. Hopefully it's a big vein. In the next episode, we're gonna get out there and we're gonna try to find some coal. There's quartz everywhere. I found a whole lot of quartz near our base. That won't be too hard to find, but we're gonna try to find some coal. And if we can find coal, we might find fire clay. And if I find it, that means I don't have to craft it, which means I don't have to waste a shitload of charcoal. You've enjoyed Hightail, eh, Encino? Okay, buddy. Well, I might have to try it. Did you see if there's any like permadeath in Hightail or anything? Let's eat these berries real quick. It looks like that was a very tiny vein. That's all that was here. The magnetite would probably be really low underground. Okay, let's go. But we did manage to find some copper, and that's good. You know, it was a nice light mining run. We hunted a deer. I need these for our next batches of porridge. Let's grab them. If I can get 24 cranberries, then that's 2 batches of porridge. Holy shit. Jesus, crazy legs. You scare the fuck out of me every time, dude. I love it, though. All right, we actually got 36. Which is good, because that means that we'll be able to have 3 batches of porridge off these cranberries. Keep us fed for a while. Anyway, de facto, check out the base, buddy. There's no permadeath yet, as it's in early access, but you won't put it down. So much to explore, enemies to fight, places to see. Well, true enough, buddy. True enough. I think I went down here and already got a reading. Native copper, 88 blocks away. That's like crazy far. Holy shit. Yeah, we're at home. So yeah, check it out, buddy. Check it out. De facto, we have our 3 crop plots done. I fireproofed this because we were having a shitload of forest fires, so I made sure that there's like chiseled blocks all the way around where grass can't grow. What is this? Oh my god, right. I have to fix that. Yeah, because we moved this fence inward, so that's not fireproof. But there is a 2-block wide fireproofing around it. Yeah, we're going to be moving these beehives pretty soon here to make them more centralized in there. But yeah, it's like a little... I don't know what that is. It looks really weird, but it's coming along. All right, let's crack these open. All right, as far as the meat goes, I could hang on to it for a little bit. It'll last a while as long as it's in a valid cellar, right? Yeah, 4 days. We'll leave it in here. Yeah, we need to get some armor. I could make wooden armor. I could. Leg lamellar. There's like a wood version, right? What's the protection tier? 0. See, that's not as good as the bear armor. It's acceptable, but it slows you down and it doesn't have a good protection tier, so I feel like it's a net negative. The speed will benefit me more than this. Yeah, I do hope I can kill bears soon, though. If we get that tier 1 armor, we'll, you know, that's juicy. That'll be really nice. It's just I have trouble finding bears around here, so we'd have to go somewhere else to seek them out. Anyway, let's sleep the night away. This is our first actual, like, allowable sleep, really. Nil Hero has a new video on his experience of it. Okay, fair enough. Maybe me and Zuzi can watch that tonight. She sat through an entire fucking episode of his vintage story, and she hasn't even played the game yet, but his content's pretty good. She was kind of captivated in it, you know? Oh yeah, let's go grab the chisel. I just have to make these blocks chiseled blocks so that they don't grow any grass. Alright, yeah, we got it. We can almost harvest all of the bees. When we can, we're gonna move them. Just slightly to the side. Okay. There's always thunder here, eh? It's always like thundering and lightninging and shit like that. It's weird, man. Makes my balls itchy. Now, how do I make a raft? It really just needs wood and rope. So I'll make a raft, and then we just need to make an oar as well. We'll make it out of maple, I think. We have some maple. Oh. May as well, all right. I don't suppose I could get eyes on a bear down there. That area down there is largely unexplored by us. Maybe I'll just get a couple of these maples while we're here. There's a family of deer right there. Alright, this wood that we're getting from this tree, plus the previous tree, should be more than enough planks for general purpose crafting for a very long time. Until we start, like, mass producing barrels and stuff. Yeah, we'll be alright. Wow. I wonder what the coral reefs are all about. I keep wondering, like, can I just get a fuck ton of lime from coral reefs? You know, does it count as a shellfish or whatever? Could be a thing. All right, give me fat. We need fat. We about to get fat up in here. Fuck. All right. I don't think I'll attack the deer right now. Let's make the raft. I feel like a raft just for getting over there to the mainland would be so useful. Where's the other raccoon? I kind of left his body. Here it is. All right, we got a fat from him. Oh yeah, making the raft is 3 ropes and I think 12 wood, so we're gonna burn through a little bit of it here, but that's fine. Let's grab our ropes. Maple raft. And then I need an ore. Crude ore. So that's 2 ropes and 2 logs. Okay. Deposit the stick and the fat as well as the feathers and the bones. And I'm able, to strap a reed chest to the front. I think I'll do that. Yeah, we can like put a reed chest on the front of the fucking thing. It's really cool, honestly, and it's been heavily underutilized by me because I've never played a world with ocean, right? You have to buy a new gaming PC? What's your processor? Because I heard that like the Intel 13 and 14th generation processors had like a problem, but there was apparently a patch released for them. I don't know. I'm really not an expert. How do I attach the ore? Apparently you can like attach an ore to it. There we go. Okay, and then attach the chest. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you know what? This is respectably fast. It's okay, and we have the chest on the front of the boat, so it's useful. It is what it is. Sometimes all it does is load and you don't get to the home screen. You know what? Me and Zuzi had something similar happen to our silver laptop. No virus or anything, but we think that the hard drive started deteriorating. Because it kept on saying that the CPU was at like 100% in use all the time. Yeah, the C drive got corrupted or something. How do I put this? There we go. All right, let's try to find stuff. Native copper is 37 blocks away. Well, I mean, how close do we get if we go down here? Oh, screw that. Fucking instability. 35. We went from 88, wait, 37 to 35. That means that most likely it's gonna be below us, and it's gonna be a massive vein. So let's, son of a bitch, hang on. Put the water there, and let's start going down. Native copper, 25 blocks away. It tracks, yep. $17 blocks away. 9 blocks away. Five. 7. 9. 3. There we go. What does the reading become when I go 1 block lower? 2. All right. Yeah, we're just about there at the native copper. There it is. Hopefully it's a sizable node. Let's get busy. I have my support beams right here, just in case. All right, I'm gonna place that here. I'm gonna close this up, and then I'm gonna sit and we're gonna dig. As long as I'm sitting underneath the support pillar, I don't really need to worry about much. A cave-in can happen, but it can't happen directly above my head, and that's what matters. Yeah, I've learned from my previous playthrough that you don't just reach iron and then never need the other stuff again. The more copper and cassiterite that I get now, the more I have for making lanterns later. All right, let's put down another one of these. Sit underneath it. I wonder why it's called native copper. It's like a piece of copper wearing a feather headdress or something. Chief Copperay of the Wakama clan or something. Alright, is that it? Did we clean out the vein, or is there more? Let's eat. Let's find out. Native copper, 2 blocks away. Starting to think this might be above me. I'm having trouble finding it. Well, it certainly ain't above me. Having a lot of trouble finding it. I feel like I'm always missing the mark. 2 blocks away from here and 2 blocks away from there. I have no idea, dude. I just keep on missing it. Oh, 1 block away. Okay, we're getting there. Swear to God, if I go through all this trouble for 1 little copper node, it's probably gonna happen too. You never know, though. Maybe I'll uncover, like, another meat and potatoes vein. Yeah, this ain't bad. Getting some returns on that durability spent. Oh, this was totally worth it. You never really know how much of a vein is left. Not until you find it. Tom, stop hitting on the natives, bro. I'm part Native American myself. I know nothing about it. I completely reject the heritage. I don't care about it. Same with my Acadian French roots. Like, it just doesn't matter to me much. There's more around here somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm certainly detecting more with the Pro Pick. I just don't know if it's going to be wasted effort when we finally find it, but that's the closest reading I've gotten over there, so. Two blocks away still. What if I break that one? 3 blocks away. So most likely it's going to be like above. Is that right? 2 blocks away. Two blocks away. Two blocks away? What the fuck do you mean 2 blocks away over and over again? 4 blocks away. It's not down. Five blocks away. Three blocks. I have no idea where this shit is, dude. This is nuts. Four blocks away. Yeah, I have no clue, buddy. No fucking clue. Damn hard to find this shit. Oh, there it is. Okay, I don't know how much is gonna be there, but that was definitely a cracked andesite cave-in. I had a structural support beam there, but it didn't do much to stop it. However, it did unveil a lot more copper, so positives. HIV positives. Well, gamer fam, I'm getting ready to wrap up here soon, but it has been really wonderful to get a chance to see you. For what it's worth, I hope that your shift is like a less shitty than normal shift. You know what I mean? You guys might doubt it about my line of work, but I can have some pretty shitty shifts sometimes as a streamer. Because when you really think about it, you're entirely dependent on the good function of the game that you're playing. So imagine playing a whole bunch of early access games and then, you know, you get like a game-breaking bug, or you're having performance issues and you don't know why, or, you know, there's like a million things can just sort of swallow up an entire day. Or you die, right? Permadeath. Permadeath streamer. That's a regular occurrence. There's a lot of good to my job, but I do empathize with shitty shifts. All right, let's eat. That's gotta be it, right? We got, oh my God, there's more. Okay. Let's keep on trying here. This copper just keeps on going. It's a massive vein. I'm definitely getting the most out of my pickaxe and pro pick here. Oh man, and it's also worth noting, imagine a customer service job where the Karens who berate you don't even have to look you in the eye. You know what I mean? Fucking complete anonymity online. You just get absolute fuck sometimes. Alright, I'm not really sure I'm gonna be finding any more here. Native copper 3 blocks away? Six blocks away right there. 3 blocks away. 4, so it's gotta be higher than me, right? One block away, yeah. All right. That's gonna cave in. Where is this shit, huh? Where is it? Let's put that down. Get a reading right here, I guess. 2 blocks away. 2, 3, 3. Okay, there it is. It's 1 block away from that location right there where I just broke one. There it is. Is that it? Oh, that's fragile right there. All right, let's start getting out of here. I'm I'm kind of starting to sweat. It's almost your birthday, Judy? Almost. Hey, how old are you gonna be? Native copper, 7 blocks away. Yeah, I think we're gonna get out of here now. I have a lot of copper. I did a decent job down here. And I don't think I'm gonna be finding any more around. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's get out of here. Cassiterite 19 blocks away? Is that so? Hang on here. Cassiterite 31. Let's go over here. Up there. Cassiterite 16 blocks away. $21. 16. 15. So it would be lower than us, if anywhere. I am pretty worried about my pickaxe durability. Even if we find it, we can't get much, and I would hate to get stranded in here because of an unfortunate cracked cave-in. You know what I mean? Cassiterite 14 blocks away. $16. 10. Cassiterite 7 blocks away. Previous reading was 10. Six when we dig down. Five right there. Five right there. Nine. Let's try going over here, see what happens. Two. All right. Yeah, we found cassiterite. I won't be able to mine it, but we did find it. So we'll come back here to get it. There it is. I don't know how big it's gonna be, the vein, but it's there. We're gonna make sure we have the straightest path possible to get there. seal these paths off. All right, that'll do. Yeah, we have a straight path all the way to the cassiterite. I'll come back here for it later. When's dinner ready, sweetie? When's dinner ready, huh? 40 minutes, okay. Still got some time. Maybe we can get that cassiterite. Have I tried Planet Crafter? No, but I have heard of it. I have heard of Planet Crafter. All right, let's make a little marker right here. Cassiterite mine. There we go. That's a really nifty feature. All right, let's go. Yeah, I have two SSDs on mine. It's worth it. It is worth it. It's worth it in the sense where you don't know that it's making a difference because it always works the way it should and it always works well. It's kind of like you don't appreciate your tires when they're not like losing air and popping and, you know, just shit like that. That's how it feels having an SSD. It doesn't cause you many problems. Like it hasn't caused me any problems. And I've never had my shit crap out on me ever since I started using SSDs. All right, we can harvest and relocate the bees at this point. So I'm going to start heating up some ingots to make another pickaxe and shit. No problem, Judy, no problem. You're a great friend too. Hell yeah. All right, let's crack open this copper. I brought the ore with me by accident, and I'm gonna need to make more food. I might still have more food, technically. Let's deposit these stones somewhere else, because that's full as hell. Like, maybe like right here. And we're gonna move this stuff over. All right, the ingots are ready to be reforged into something else. We're gonna make meat stew out of this. All right, pickaxe head. And I'll make another prospecting pick. think I'll make 2 pickaxes and really get ahead of it. Yeah, 2 pickaxes, 1 prospecting pick, and maybe like another hammer at this point. I'll do the hammer first. Trim the fat. We got a new hammer. Now I have to eat. And 1 more pickaxe head. And then we'll go process the bees, relocate them, and we'll go get that cassiterite. Oh. Has she been weak, Judy? I'm really sorry to hear that. It is what it is, right? I mean, cancer is the great equalizer. Doesn't matter who we are, how rich we are, what resources we have. Like, cancer, it gets everybody pretty much the same. Some people, you know, they respond better to the chemo than others. Other people, they have certain habits that might give them an edge, but it's deadly no matter who gets it. It's always a worry, and you know, we're thinking about you and thinking about your mom, Judy. We care, and we're here. That's all we can do is be here, but we are. All right, let's take this meat stew out of there. We'll take that with us as travel food. Leave behind that cooking pot. Equip the sword, and let's go do the bees. When can I breed these guys, huh? 3 days, 3 days. They're close. They're very close. Let's move these first. Easiest thing to do, I think. But, oh, I need to empty my inventory. I have a chest on my back, though. We can use it for that purpose. Okay. Pick up an empty bag slot. Okay, fair enough. And then that one. Now, we're really just moving these over so I can get in easily. Good. Now we have to move these just the same. All right. Yeah, I think that's good. That'll do. It'll totally do. All right, take care for now, gamer fam. We're thinking of you. Take your foot and shove it as far up your boss's ass as it'll go. It looks like that's a chiseled block. Gonna have to replace it. We can do that. Put this underneath and this one on top. All right. We can place these back now. Our total yield is 19 honeycombs. Yeah, that's clean. That's all right. Wait. I can make it look better if I move these over. So we're just gonna do that. And that. Wait, I can't. Move those down to the belt. And then pick up these. And those. Oh wait, right, I only have to pick up one. Fair enough. Yeah, this is the way I want it right here. That way it's like centralized, you know? Yeah, it looks way better. Okay. The bees are scouting for flowers. That shouldn't take long. Another 3 days, we'll have another harvest. Let's equip these bags again. Eat the meat stew. And let's get ready to go. We gotta get that cassiterite. So far, we're doing a great job of stockpiling. We will try to find some iron soon enough. The Iron Age is never far, especially if you can find coal, get your hands on some fire clay that you're able to just dig up yourself. Deposit the sticks. Equip the bandages. That. We only need one spare pickaxe, but I will need the other prospecting pick. Put those blocks down. We have food. I'll grab water. We have it. Plenty of structural support beams. We didn't lose a single one, really. And is there anything else I want to bring? Not exactly. Like, I feel like we're good. That's where the forest fire was. That grass will grow back eventually, just like all the stuff over there. Even if it takes a hot minute. Gotta admit, man, it's pretty cool riding a raft. With enough time, we'll have a sailboat and everything, right? We'll be able to start exploring the 7 seas, catching the 7 venereal diseases, doing the rounds. You guys notice how far my viewership has fallen over the past couple days? Telling you, buddy, it's that shadow banning. Yeah, I talk too much about too many things I shouldn't have. It's part of it. It's just a part of working on social media.
And it's so great that even though you know that, you keep on running your mouth.
Yeah. Rebellion never sleeps. Yeah. All right, here's the cassiterite that we found. I'm gonna put up a little wall here to protect myself from flanks. Hopefully it's a sizable vein, but the beauty of cassiterite is that you really don't need much for it to go very far. Yeah, everybody thinks streaming is a dream job until they hear that sometimes you only make like $5 a day after like 8 hours of streaming. It's crazy. It's great. You know, people take it for granted. They're like, oh my God, you're a streamer, you're so lucky. But it's like, you guys get to go to work and bring home like $180, and me, I'm lucky to get like 20. You know, it's something that not many people think about. The income sort of difference. All right, let's grab our support beams. Yeah, like me and Zuzi, we're gonna struggle to save up for vacations and shit. Hell, she's the fucking primary breadwinner here. She has like a reliable Amazon income, and I'm just like this. I got like this deadbeat income. It's emasculating, you know? There's more up there. Let's grab this. All right, let's get up. If we don't say anything, how's it gonna change? Exactly, right? Like we gotta keep up the pressure. Never let corruption rest. Every day, buddy, every day. The thing is, I have to be a workaholic, right? When I wake up in the morning, like my first thought is, okay, I have to go to work, because I know that, like, holy shit. Because I know that I might only make $2 an hour if I work for 10 hours, right? Like it takes a lot of dedication to pull in any sort of income with being a streamer. It's not, and it's not really the games you play as much as it's the hours that you put in. Yeah. You'll build an audience playing everything, but it takes a long time. You get some loyalists, though. There's some people where they're gonna watch you no matter what you're playing, and it feels good to find those people, to slowly accrue those people, and to recognize names, wonder about the faces attached to them, and... Oh, Zuzi's got my medicine, got my vitamins. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome. Don't be complaining. This is probably the only reason why you haven't come down with this flu yet.
Mm. Yeah, that flu is fucked. I'll bet you Amazon put fucking rice and beans. Or like ricin into the meals that they feed you guys. Employer of the year. Yeah, apparently Zuzi got a text today from Amazon, and Amazon was celebrating itself for allegedly being the employer of the year in Czech Republic. Congratulations, workers. We're the best, not you. That is true, buddy. Honestly, Encino, it's coming along. It's coming along. The channel used to be in a much worse place. If I could just keep my mouth shut regarding socio-political things, then I'd never get shadow banned, and I would probably make a hell of a lot more money than I currently do. But I just can't shut my mouth. I can't bring myself to stop talking about these things that I'm passionate about, whether it's like, you know, the vaccine mandates or ICE operations, all that shit, right? I never reached that point, no. There is more cassiterite in here, but I don't know where.
It's okay,
3.
I love you as you are.
I know you do. You're a fool. Cassiterite 5 blocks away. I don't fucking know. Hang on. Let's go over here. Oh, there we go. Look at that. That might be all there is, though. Apparently there's cassiterite 2 blocks away from here. Three blocks away from there. There we go. Although I feel like I'm really nickel and diming this cassiterite. Finding like one at a time. Oh, there we go. Look at that. 3 blocks away. There's apparently more. Five blocks away. It's got to be higher then, right? Three blocks away. 4 blocks away. All right, let's eat. There we go. I keep on hoping I'll hit like a good amount of the shit, but it's not happening. That's it, actually. We cleaned this place out. However, I am detecting native copper 5 blocks away. We could try to find that. Native copper 7 blocks away. 4 blocks away, going down. Four blocks away still. Seven. I need to really be careful of cave-ins here. 5. One block away. There we go. I found some native copper, but I'm gonna have to really devotedly use these support beams while I mine this. Is that it? Native copper, 1 block away, right there. Yeah, this cassiterite vein ended up leading us into more copper. So we found a copper vein, which led us into a cassiterite vein, which led us into a copper vein. That's basically how this played out. Oh god, look at all that. Cracked andesite on the ceiling. Screw that. I can't mine anywhere around that. I have to really, really put down a whole bunch of these structural supports. This is really nice. This is a motherlode. I mean, we got a shitload of cassiterite, more than enough, and we're getting so much copper here. The copper is one hell of a bonus. Massive vein. All of it on level with me, too. Oh my god, I just uncovered more. Mining is a very special activity in this game. You're excited to find more, but you also kind of dread it at the same time. There's like a part of you that wants to get out of the mine and go home. And you always feel like you're in constant danger whenever you're in here. It's a thing. It's a thing. You're both happy and sad to find additional copper all the time. I almost broke an entire pickaxe down here, and it shows. We've found a whole bunch of stuff, man. You guys see that video that Matt Walsh made where it turns out that like George Soros and other high profile liberal people are essentially like they're using nonprofits to fund what do you call it? It's what's it called? It's like the Minnesota area code, and it's like an anti-ICE thing. ICE Minnesota area. What? Right. Defend. Okay, what's the Minnesota area code? 6112. Apparently. Yeah, defend 6112.
Oh wow, that's so close.
Defend the 6112. This is a group that you join whenever you want to rat on ICE agents and sort of tell other people what they're doing. And George Soros has been using his nonprofits to fund that. And most likely Tim Waltz is involved in that too, right? It's interesting. I'm wondering, I want to see where that goes. Yeah, possibly nowhere. It sucks that we can know this stuff. We can see the political theater and manipulation that they engage in, yet do nothing about it. Usually I can get away with saying some pretty crazy stuff without getting shadow banned, but I think that because of the Somalian thing, you know, like the Leering centers, because of that, and also because of Renee Good getting killed, they're probably really ramping up the censorship right now. And if you say these words, then they probably flag you for algorithmic suppression. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. That's usually how they operate in these, right? Native copper 2 blocks away. Three blocks away. 2 blocks away. Three. Oh, there we go. You can always tell when there's more censorship happening. The pandemic was a big one. It was very, very forthright. Nowadays, it's okay to talk about that. I know because I do all the time and my monetization doesn't really change, my viewership doesn't really change, but you can tell that sometimes, every now and then, there's gonna be like a new topic that they're trying to actively suppress. Oh man, I have to find my way out of here. I didn't realize just how far in I had dug. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, where the hell's the way out? Oh shit. All right, let's look around. Cause we found the cassiterite mine, right? Is it here? Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, we found a cassiterite mine and then a copper vein underneath. So that was pretty extensive. Anyway, we can get out of here now. We're greatly enriched on more tin bronze materials. I have all of my support pillars accounted for. I'm just trying to grab some of this shit back. Hey, no problem, Paragon, no problem. Thank you very much. That is huge. That is huge. Food on my table, buddy. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I hope to see you around again soon. Bless you, buddy. All right, let's wait. Is there anything else I could find around here? Oh, dinner, eh? Thank you, Zuzu.
Cooking actual, like, normal meals when I'm sick, but it's just because I'm home.
Yeah.
We wanna
Do home things.
It turns on my homemaker tendency. You know, the dishes, because
Yeah. I'm hoping we can find some granite, because I still need to make a quern. I don't know if the quern ends up being a different color. Yeah, you get different color querns based on the rock type that you use to make it. Anyway, my pickaxe is almost broken. Oh, wow. Okay, well, there's more copper right there. I couldn't tell you how much there's gonna be, but there is some copper here. And our pickaxe is almost broken. This could be a very sizable vein. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna wrap up for the day. And I'm gonna mark this on the map as a copper vein. Hell yeah. Beautiful. Let's get out of here. We didn't need to find that. It was a nice little bonus that we did. All right. Let's go. We are sailing home, and I'm gonna log off of here. We had a really productive day today, man. Really productive. We had some technical difficulties in the beginning, but despite that, we were well ahead of our goals, time crunch-wise. We have an entire field of flax put down, a shitload of food growing. We have goats that are just about ready to start breeding. Got to start popping out those Generation 1 females, right? Things are going good. Things are going okay. All right, let's go home. Prepare to wrap up for the day. You guys have a good night too. De facto, Butterman, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. It's been awesome to chill with you guys again. This one's ready to mate. So we're gonna quickly set them up. Oh shit, my torches. All right, fair enough. Oh, look at all that. Jesus. All right, there we go. We're doing really good. Really good. As things stand, I have enough cassiterite to make, I think, 50 ingots. I can make 50 ingots. I don't know if I have enough copper, but it's 92 for every 8. So no, I would need a lot more copper, but we're good. We still stockpiled a lot. We have a lot of bronze to go around, and we're gonna try to enter the Iron Age ASAP. Let's grab these pelts and deposit them in here. And let's grab some planks. Make a large trough. Grab some flax green. Buff the raft speed. I was thinking, you know what? I'll probably get a mod to buff the sailboat speed. Yeah, the raft is really slow. The sailboat apparently is kind of slow too, but I'll probably use a mod to buff it. All right, there we go. Start eating. Portions eaten, 1. I'm gonna have to come back and check on that once in a while, I'd imagine. I don't think they can use that to get out over the fence. I just don't think it's close enough to the fence for them to manage. All right. It's nice that we have a use for our flax grain right from the start of the game. Let's deposit that. We'll fill it up more later. And one last thing that I have to do is craft more torches for the base. Yeah, once I actually build a better house, I'll feel a lot better. We found a whole bunch of blue clay already, so if I can make a beehive kiln, we can get that started. We can craft our cream bricks. In the next episode, I'm definitely gonna start getting like a good layout for our homestead going. I'm gonna build staircases down this hill toward our farm, bees, animals, also the dock area over there. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We are ready to go. Everybody, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Thank you very much for chilling with me today. I've appreciated all of your company, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the series. Looking forward to seeing more and deriving inspiration for your own adventures too. Take care, rock on, and peace out. I hope you all have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on whichever hemisphere you call home, and I will see you back here tomorrow for continued fun. All right, later, everybody.